Alright, so what we've got going on here is we are playing a game called Space Haven. For those who are unfamiliar with this game, it's kind of like RimWorld in space. It's sort of like someone took like FTL and RimWorld and smashed them into one, so you don't have the whole like getting ahead of the rebel fleet or anything, but you do have jumping into different systems. As you can see, I got two derelict ships here. I did not make them derelict, but there's a very good chance there's going to be all sorts of nasty, awful things on there. I just suddenly came to the realization that you probably had the spare gun. No, it was Luxray. Alright, Luxray, I'm going to need you to put your gun... I don't know how you switch your gun to other people. Can I just give it to you that way? Alright. Let's draft you. Well, choose pickup. I'm going to have you drop your pistol. I don't... So I'm trying to do... is have her put away her... or Luxray put away his pistol here. Because I don't really know how you do that. I guess it's okay. It just means the others will go out and... High will remain behind. So draft them. Get them on the shuttle. And then they're going to check out this derelict over here. Another reason why High's staying behind is I don't have a spare gun for him. For them. Alright. Because usually when you get these derelict ships, there's lots of material to grab, but they're usually infested. You know, that's why they're broken. Yeah, that's right. I can only have 4 people go anyway, so I guess that makes sense regardless. Alright. I don't know what those are, but let's draw them around the corner. Oh. Get behind cover. Get behind cover. He's got a minor burn wound. What's the exclamation mark about you? Conditions, status. You all need to go back. I'm gonna send them back real fast. Because some of them got a little bit hurt there, and they all seem to be very, very quickly becoming upset. So let's get them back real fast, let them recover real fast. Because those are new enemies. I haven't seen those before. Usually you see like these little bug things that attack you. Because that's not going anywhere. So you can take our time. Make sure people get healed up. Oh, they're really hungry and everything, that's why. I just caught them before they could do their self-care, so they went there all hungry and... Oh, Keonchek went down. So you have an open wound. Is there a way to tell them to heal you? Is your health going up or down right now? A without table. The Eternal Space Colony Sim Experience. The Eternal Colony Sim Experience. Yeah, the worst thing is I do have a table. Okay, so the open wound is... No, I still can cause open wound. Alright. Alright, so Kiona Chick is back up. One thing I appreciate is in this game, she didn't drop her weapon when she went down. Unlike RimWorld. Like RimWorld, they go down, they just drop everything on the ground. Which is mechanically fine. I don't actually have a problem with it, but it's the fact that they're really bad about going back and getting whatever they dropped. Okay. But the big problems they have right now is this is our sleeping quarters, and it's right next to all this heavy machinery, so they're not sleeping well. I do want to move it over here, but you'll notice where it says critical resource low hull blocks. That's what I need to build more ship. So that's why we're here. You can take my gun and get pry from your cold, dead hands. Yep. You did something you disliked. You had to do something you didn't like to do because you're antisocial? Is that what's saying? I prefer it when... You're still warm? Yeah. Sounds like Toom just got home. Alright, so I'm giving people a chance to recover from their injuries, because a lot of them took minor injuries. Hi, wifey.
The food you prepared smells nummy.
It tastes nummy.
Oh, good. Does it taste like enchiladas?
It does. So it's a little spicier than you normally prefer, but it's not. It's not bad. Like, it's not the stuff I normally would
They
eat.
can't see me. I'm totally doing that, Burning Sun.
Yeah, Burning Sun. She was doing the bouncing arms thing. Yeah. You guy went set to research? Normally, yes, but a lot of them are sleeping off injuries and all that.
Thank you for making me dinner. I appreciate it. So it's spicier than I normally like?
Just a little. It's between what I would normally get and what's just like a little on the high side for you. Now, granted, it's like the slow burn kind where it takes a little while to build up. Like, I didn't really notice until I like already finished one of the entire enchiladas. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad.
Thank you. You're a sweetheart.
I actually like it more than the normal enchilada sauce. Like, I like the normal enchilada sauce.
You're like, I'm gonna do this again.
Yeah. So a burn wound needs a medical bed to heal. Okay. So are you fed and everything? You need sleep. Oh, right, the yellow bar is sleep. They're gonna wait till some of them finish their shift sleeping, and then we'll get moving on. So the question is, where do I put the medical bed? And do I have a medical bed? I do not. Did I ever set research in the first place? I don't think I did. Well, that's helpful. Alright. I forgot to tell them to start doing any type of research. You need a simple VTuber role. Yeah, not something I debated doing. All right, let's get the medical bed. We'll put that on research. Yeah, there it goes. We just didn't have anything assigned is the problem. Still just waiting for you to recover from sleep. Yeah, no, it's just I have a million things I need to do and I need to do them. But yeah, no, I've debated for a while having like the to explain the premise of this. So the overly simplified one is Faster Than Light meets RimWorld. So it's like RimWorld in space, but you have a ship with its like different subsystems in that you move around. And there's a perfect example. Sniper Spice has had a breakdown. So Sniper Spice isn't going to work or do anything. They're busy having a mood, feeling an emotion. But like the gist of it is you fly around and you can find like derelict ships. You can find, you know, derelict ships being there's usually hostile enemies on there. You can actually be raided. So yeah, so what'll ultimately happen is once I clear one of these ships, is I can start stripping the ship down for parts to build up my base, as it were. But then you can also move around the map, so like that's where I started, here's where I am now. So it's kind of like RimWorld, but you move your base from place to place. But it does have all the whole thing about your characters have their needs, and they'll have stuff that like will gradually upset them. And then if they eat without a table, they'll get upset about it. I'm looking for someone who's done that. Yeah. So someone's got to have eaten without a table. But yeah, so there's all that kind of stuff. Alright, so you still have injuries that you need to recover from. All good stuff. Alright, Sniper Space, I do need you to stop having mood so I can start having you strip down this one ship. You can see I explored this hallway. We killed a bunch of mechs over there. And then we retreated because a couple people got injured pretty bad, and some of them were getting sleepy. But, where RimWorld, you have just, like, hunger, recreation, environment, and, like, social kind of stuff. This one also adds in the idea that you have to deal with making sure you have enough oxygen. You can have pollutants in your air that you gotta worry about. You still have temperature, that's still a concern. You got like your power grid. It's kind of got a little bit more systems to it in that regard, but then they get rid of the stuff like where in RimWorld you have, you know, marble versus granite versus slate. What was attacking me right there? That the asteroid hazard, I'm guessing? That's concerning. Alright. So grab all of you again, draft, get on the ship. You're gonna bring it back over and try and clear that ship out. Like I said, we killed 3 drones in this main hallway here. It does seem like this ship's layout is a big hallway that goes around with side rooms, so I feel like that won't be too bad. What a piece of ship. Yep. Alright, get everyone out. And the enemies may have moved around since the last time. Kionchik is still injured and will be until we get the medical bed, unfortunately. That room appears to be clear. There's a corpse over here. An android corpse. I was unaware androids were a thing in this game, but now we know. And we do have an oxygen bar, so that blue bar on the bottom that's slowly going down. Eventually that will run out, and I'll have to run back. Well, it'll get low, and I'll need to run back to my shuttle to top off. Alright, so toilet is safe. But once I explore enough of the ship, and we cleared out the enemies, it'll be considered ours to do what we want with, and we'll start ripping it apart. Alright, the hyperdrives are clear. Looks like the bedrooms are clear. Well, okay, so we've explored enough of the ship that it's ours now. I'll have you grab the data pad. And you grab those. And then they need to hurry home because oxygen's getting low. Time to make a giant stromboli. That sounds pretty good. Okay, so we grabbed all that stuff of value. So 4 of them are all going to go home. And then we tear the ship apart. Alright, so now if we zoom out, we go salvage, we just say, I would like to salvage everything, please. Take the whole ship apart. Select all. I guess we bring the android Joe? I don't know what you do with it. That said, we're probably going to need to have body storage for it. Like, maybe you could break it down for parts or something being an android? I don't really know. So let them start tearing that ship apart. And then we'll start clearing the next ship. So we'll give them time to heal up and repair and all that kind of good stuff. Insufficient resources to do what? Steel plates. That's fine. Man, once they're rested, you'll see what they do as far as where they run over to this other ship and start just disassembling it. Yeah, okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so you'll watch Keanu go over there. Doesn't care, start ripping apart the walls. Everything must go. And by everything must go, is everything must get into my storage. As it is mine now. Alright, so we can go ahead and speed this up in the meantime. So the only one who seems to have a significant injury is Keanu took a pretty decent hit. So it looks like they're going to be hurting for 2 more days. Alright, what do I need to make decorations? It's just tools. Alright, fair enough. We'll start with that and see how that goes. I still like that awake has a mood debuff to it. That they're awake too long, like just being awake is a penalty. You're feeling fatigued. That's fair enough. Oh yeah, and in this game they have a concept of like morale in the sense of combat morale. So like RimWorld, your characters, they'll keep fighting until they either have a break or they're knocked unconscious or, you know, they win the fight. In this game, if like a character takes a bad hit, they might just straight up surrender. That they'll just be like, nah, I'm done. I'm not fighting anymore. So it is a consideration, like, if we look at, Kionachik here, because Kionachik already has a really bad injury, there's a 30% chance in a fight that Kiana will just be like, nope, I'm already hurt, I'm not fighting, I'm done, I'm out, forget about it. Alright. We have people starting to make friends with each other and all that. You also have a wound. Your wound's very minor, though. It should be going away pretty soon. Interrupted sleep, no privacy. I mean, I am actually trying to build some rooms over here where you have some place to sleep. That is a thing that I'm trying to make happen. Yeah, so in the midterm, I've got them, you know, running around, tearing the ship apart for supplies. It is the one thing that does make this game a little bit difficult to stream, is the amount of downtime from tearing apart the other ship to building up your ship. It just, there's a little bit of time in there. Build one private room and then there's a gamble to see who gets it. It happens. Alright. So let's go ahead and sketch where we're going to put our rooms. Because my plan is keep building this way. How fancy do I want to make these rooms? Because I can make the room like that, put the bed there, and give them their own private toilet, and, you know, door and a wall. Is fancy affordable? No, it is not. So you do like that. That's the reason I'm doing it as a sketch right now and not committing to it. This thinking more long term. Yeah, so I could have that be, like, the living space. Yeah, that'd probably work. Okay, I think the shooting is these asteroids. A micro breach? Alright. Let's. Oh, wait, never mind. The shuttle's not here. You go back to what you're doing. I was about to be like, alright, all of you, it's time to get you out there to start tearing apart the next ship. It's like, oh, right. Well, clearing the next ship. Alright, I'll go ahead and get that. Oh, I need to actually open my beverage. But yeah, so it was, I was basically just thinking, it's like, oh, let's go ahead and get the next ship cleared. That way, like, literally the moment the first ship's done, they can just run over to the second ship and tear it apart too. But, they're already actively using the shuttle to go over there, so it's like, alright, never mind. Okay. So I've got the sketch. So what I'll commit to right now is those two rooms. The other thing I need to commit to is expanding our hyperdrive capabilities. I'm gonna need to squeeze another engine in here. But the downside of that is it is gonna require me to put another one of the power banks in there. I don't really have room for it. And that's because if we look up here, this is how much our mass is that 2.2k. And you can hyperjump with being over your mass, but there's a risk of problems and damage and stuff like that. Sorry. Yeah, so they're working through all that kind of stuff. And they're probably not going to manage to get through all these things. Okay, and with that, do here, systems. Getting our engine in place. I see. So we took damage from the meteors. It doesn't seem to be costing us material to do the repairs, so much as it does, you know, do damage or bleeding atmosphere, that kind of thing. And I do have a point defense, it just doesn't seem like it guarantees you'll prevent them. Let's check the temperature. Why are we still... Never mind, it's all better now. It's just because we bled atmosphere that we started getting things too cold. That's what I thought. So I need to decide where I'm putting this. That should work right there. System points? Not enough free system points. I don't like that at all. Okay. How the heck was it I got more system points? It was you, right? Ah, that's right. It's this thing. So I need a bigger system core. That's unfortunate. What's your cost? Yeah, 4 tech blocks. There's an incoming ship next turn. It could be friend or foe. We don't know yet. At the moment, we're just putting up with whatever it is. If I move you, can I still get all 3 in there? Oh, I see. That's not a usable spot. And I can't move those, really. Move that, it won't be in range of the recycler. Okay, it seems to be a ship that is not hostile to us. Alright, so we've got that built. Actually, that might work out well. So let's move this up here. Because that should be able to power just about all of this stuff. I'm gonna have to rearrange this though, so I have a little bit more space. That doesn't work there. Not far enough up. It's fine, move it over there, it'll just have to do. We'll end up needing to rearrange a lot of this stuff in time. The downside about putting it there is now they have to run this whole way around to get there. What? Oh, I didn't... I failed to notice that they were trying to hail me. Okay. So we're running out of food in there. That's concerning. All right. Our oxygen is starting to get low. You have to expand our oxygen production. It's basically getting low because we're getting all these like little nicks in our hull that are bleeding oxygen that we keep fixing. That's like one big problem. And then the other problem that's happening on top of that is just we're expanding the hull so there's more place for the oxygen to go. There's just physically more area to fill. Alright, so this is getting pretty shredded. Okay. When the shuttle gets back, I do want to start making moves on to the next derelict. So I can start shredding it apart as well. Okay. Yeah, I want to start moving. Hey, Omega, how's it going? Alright, get everyone on the ship. Time to see what we can make happen. Okay. Yeah, that's part of the reason I put this back in the schedule is they've done an update. They add a bunch more enemies. Hey. I'd like you to get here relatively quick. Can you just move the engines one field back to exit? Yeah, so problem is I put them like right up against the edge. So I can't really move them that far back, unfortunately. Oh, they explode and do a lot of damage. Alright, well let's leave. I was all like, they have range. Let's pull them around the corner and fight them up close. That is not the best move we've had. And so we did kill a bunch of them. And the last one we had didn't have that many of the robots on it either. So Keanu Chick has collapsed. Yeah, I think it had detonated far enough away that it was fine. Is that one just gonna leave you laying on the ground? Is that, There you go. How's things going towards that medical bed research? I see you're getting there. I have a feeling we could use that pretty soon if I'm being real here. I feel like the medical bed is a really soon kind of investment. The temperature-wise, oh, actually that's doing okay. Well, no. It's actually doing okay temperatures-wise. Not good, but okay. The oxygen seems to be recovering. So hopefully get this hall area done. Maybe the first one of these rooms becomes a hospital. For no specific reason. Just kind of figure that's a thing. Oh, well, you're back up. Look at you being all good. You just have a bad blast injury, and then 2 significant injuries. And meanwhile, they're just back to tearing apart this ship. Yes, it'll take you 10 hours, so you're gonna get over those in about a day. It looks like you'll be over your current injuries. Insufficient resources, hull blocks. I'm aware. We're trying to actively work on that. Yeah, because we'll build a set of medical beds up here to help out with the injuries. Well, a medical bed, we'll start with 1. I don't really know the requirements. Otherwise, here, we'll go ahead and go to the planning thing. So edit, sketch. Because that'll ultimately be center ship when I build all those. Alright, so we have an assignment to repair that thing. Alright, so Keanu Chick is mostly recovered. Luxray is still working on it. And then we'll get back in there and try and go for more. Now, where I'm able to like run in and retreat kind of thing, you can get away with a lot of that in the derelicts, but you will run to hostile ships that will dock and board you. They don't. They take prisoners and all that kind of stuff. That said, you do have the thing like in RimWorld where you can, throw people into a prison cell and make them join your crew with overtime and that kind of thing. There's not a whole lot of ship left before, actually, take that back. There's still a decent amount, because we still have all those heaters and everything. Alright, so they're on their way back. I don't know why you're not going to sleep. Because I was waiting for Sniper Spice to get some sleep and recover, and then what we'd do is we'd turn around and have Sniper Spice, get the group together and head on over. That's right, I mean, soon enough there won't be anything left of this ship, so I'll stop going over here with the shuttle and I don't have to worry about it at all. Okay. But yeah, that should go a long way to actually helping us be able to make some change. Alright, you gotta be getting close on this research, right? 12 more. Then we can build our medical bed. Alright, what we'll do in the meantime, because it's clear I am going to need another one of the thermal things. And I vaguely remember it's worth having some overlap on your thermal stuff. And the reason for that is some systems will have more strain on your thermal stuff than others. And then also if you have one break, you don't want like one of your thermal systems breaking, shut down, or not shut down, but make your ship have like dangerous to be spots in it. So having a little bit of redundancy is good. It also helps when you've been like attack and stray shots hit your systems and all that. Sniper Spice, hang on real quick. That man says, I found every run I had in this. I ended up progress locked by resources. That being said, last I played this more than a year ago. Yeah, and I haven't had a chance to like really play into like late game or anything in this. Like, cause most of my time I have to actually play games is on the channel. Like, I do play games off stream, but it's not that much. You can get weapons to shoot the other ships, yes. There's just a bit of algebra you do where it's like, okay, the more damage I inflict to the other ship, you know, the more systems are already broken that I'm not going to get as much salvage out of. So you do want to kind of hit the other ships enough to make it safe for you to board and all that. Like to knock out their engines so they don't just teleport away. Because I actually had one save I bricked because I decided to board an enemy ship while I was trying to make its escape. And so it teleported away with my crew on it. And so I was stuck looking at an empty ship and got a game over screen. I was like, okay. I mean, I was going to be able to take their ship, but apparently that's not a thing. You know, you can also take the entire crew prisoner. Right. So there's definitely a juggling, like how much damage you want to throw at the ship to potentially kill it or damage the resources versus the risk of boarding a ship that's in good shape. In this case, I'm dealing with derelicts, though, so... Alright, so new research after the medical bit. Sorry, after the medical bed. Let's go for botany next, so I can start growing my own food. We're gonna go to... Is it furniture? No. Fortunately, you're allowed to have your main ship. At least, no, you're allowed to have multiple ships now. Basically, you have up to 8 points. And for every grid, it's 1 point. So right now, this ship technically is 4 points. Like, most of it fits on 1 point, but bleeds just a little bit over to require 4. But then I've also got 2 that aren't being used. So this whole thing would be like 6 points. Like, in fact, to maximize the space, you have to have 2 ships. Because, like, 6 is the biggest a ship can get right now, and you have 8 points total to work with. So to maximize it, you'd have to have 2 ships that equal 8 between the 2 of them. Sniper Spice is extremely frustrated. Remember, you boarded a really nice ship, took the whole crew hostage, and the game wouldn't let me take their ship despite my ship being shredded and their ship being better and operational. Yeah, I don't remember the exact rules. Like, I know you can take other ships. I just don't remember the exact rules and how all that works. How much is still left to be taken apart? There's a low amount of hull and infra scrap. And that's it. Alright, so what I'm learning is that point defense by itself is not enough. And I don't have the resources for it. Okay, Sniper Spice is finally sleeping. No, they're not. That's fine. Yeah, so I need more point defenses. Well, they were getting on the shuttle, and then the shuttle got damaged by that asteroid. Progress is not allowed. Alright. Okay, so let's get the away team going again. And see, we can't push into. We got this whole middle area clear. It's just that room, and then these back two rooms. They don't expect to see much action considering that's open up to where we can see it from anywhere. So there might only be one, maybe two more robots on this whole thing would be my guess. Get back over here. And we're able to see into these rooms. Okay, undraft all. And we zoom out and say, yep. If I can just have you go ahead and tear that ship apart. And bring all that as well. Alright, so all the hostile things have been cleared in the system. Now it's just a matter of, tearing everything apart, rebuilding, building up our ship as much as we can, that kind of stuff. Okay, meanwhile we go here. Alright, so furniture. And the bedside thing. And what do you require? So you require tech blocks. So I'm not actually going to build toilets for each individual room. That's fine for right now. Eventually I might, but right now I don't have that many tech blocks. That'll give us our first of our beds that's independent away and not awful. Is there any other furniture I needed? Or would have been helpful? Not really. Not here. Like down the road. I think you're missing a wall space. No, it's if we turn it so the walls are showing up here. They do have the walls, it's just the cutaway view. It's sometimes unclear. It makes it look like this corner is missing, because it's seen as this wall obstructing that wall. But it is there. No for the bedroom? If you mean here, you see how there's the light blue tiles there? That means there's the wall in between there. It's not built yet. But you can also see that it's out here. I believe it's all there. Okay, so we have botany. Alright, we can go do that. We'll need the item fabricator. Alright, so I need a botany room. I don't have the hall tiles to make room for it, though. But that'll be another one we'll put down here is a couple botany tables. There, put some decorations in those rooms as well. Because they just cost tools, and I've got lots of tools right now. Alright, keep taking these things apart. Yeah, so it's... That one, like, this ship over here on the right is all but taken apart. Like, there's just a couple little things left. The ship over here on the left has a lot to take apart still. We're just kind of stuck waiting on that. I mean, I can leave anytime I want, but... The camera's been acting up, so I turned it off. When we switched games, it kept freezing. So rather than fight with it after it froze the second, third time, I just went ahead and said, nope, never mind. Not needed. Alright, so you're getting over your burn wound. It's gonna take some time. Hey, Foxmouse, how's it going? So I need more tech blocks, more infra blocks. Did it done? I checked. Oh, it was such a dumb thing. So it was like pretty early on in a run. Like we'd only been like 2.5 hours into the run or whatever. And I had a quest where I was like, okay, I'm gonna take this quest where I can fight like 3 fennec foxes with 5 people. Yeah, okay, that should be absolutely no problem. Didn't pay attention that I had 2 people who are currently in a morale break. So it was 3 on 3, but I had 2 people who, you know, were making it so I couldn't really choose where to fight because they were out running around because they're having breaks. And just, it was 100% not paying attention. There's like I realized even before the attack arrived, like, oh, I have 2 people on break, but I'd already accepted it was like, right, as well as ones that you accepted just barely 2-3 hours later in game, it kicks in. It's like, oh, I messed this one up pretty bad. Alright, so we're basically just taking apart the ships in the area, loading up all their bits and pieces, And then we're moving on to the next system. Getting a little concerned that I only have 21 days worth of fuel left and 4 days worth of food. So it might be something that forces my hand early to move. Which we did unlock the botany table. Well, actually, alright. Those require infra blocks. Alright, so no matter what, I don't have enough. But let's say with the if I had enough infra blocks, which will probably get enough, I could set up a botany table in that middle area. It wouldn't be great for it, but it would let us grow some food. We're definitely gonna have to get more supplies. The good news, they've already got most of the main systems in here. We still got some infra blocks and all these thermal regulators and all that. Is this thing done, or is it just? Yeah, so this one's done. There's nothing left here. Yeah, so that one's completely depleted. That one still got some infra blocks, and otherwise the rest of it's basically depleted. Gonna be mostly the thermal regulators. Alright, let's check the sleep discomfort level. I guess this one's got a positive comfort, now it's got a mildly negative sleep discomfort because of the medical bed. But I mean, it's a medical bed. It's almost like people are going out of their way to sleep in the nice bed. I couldn't imagine why. I also gave them nice windows to look out of in all sides in the middle there. Wait, aren't you supposed to have a window on this side too? What's going on with that? Alright, that's fine. Alright, well, so the good news is Sniper Space is all healed up. Yeah, so everyone's all fully healed up now. Why is the shuttle not here? There you go. Alright, so just got a tiny bit of hull scrap and then we leave. Yeah, no, it's definitely, the food is definitely getting dangerous. I just want to quickly finish pulling that last little bit off of there, and then we're ready to jump. Like, everything else is already in good shape. Like, I'm not really worried about building more on the ship on this end right now. Alright. Is that it? That's it. Time to go. Alright, so we got this system that has a lot of everything in it. So let's check that system out. Hey, Brandon, how's it going? Bad you got scammed out of $1.08. That's no fun. Okay. So we have a very busy system. So mine all things we can. Alright, so we can trade. Where was my money again? We have 189. I don't remember how to do this. Okay, there we go. Alright. So this is us. This is them. Got a bunch of scrap and such. I have a decent number of soft blocks, but that'll do for right now. Meanwhile, I can also go here. Where was the button for it? Retrieve items of interests. Transfer resources from the derelict target. Before I accept those, a bunch of derelict ships to deal with. This seems to be the one in the worst shape. If these have some holes punched in them, this thing is like Swiss cheese over here. Are you doing the trade? Is that what's going on? Where? Oh, why did I put in a new bar? Oh, there's so many effects on here. I don't like that UI. There we go. That's much better. It's like, please don't hide, people. I'm not gonna be able to handle this. Yeah, so we're doing our exchange. They're gonna be a little bit more vegetables, and I'm gonna give them. I don't even remember what. Oh, it's human bodies is what I was giving them. Let's drop the speed from food. Let's get that bill real fast so we can start growing stuff, because food is getting real sketch. You know, it's a fun game. All right. No crew complete. Oh, never mind. Okay, so you won't be able to do that. Just plant more root vegetables. Alright, so let's get those root vegetables planted real fast before our food runs out. And with that, get on the shuttle. So if I accept the missions here, the PCS, Vanguard, it's all three of them. All three of them have missions for them. Move it over here. And how's it going, Penguin? Why are not all of you on? Oh, you were away mining. Well, that's alright, fine. Oh, they seem to have like limited power or something. Okay. That's actually not bad. Because I was like, I don't want to rush them because they explode for a whole bunch of damage. And staying back, it does seem like you take an okay amount of damage from there. Okay, so basically, it has to idle for a little bit Alright. So do you still have that mission present? For which ship is this? Vanguard Turf -4. Ah, they just expire. Okay. That's a bummer. They really don't last very long. Well, you wanted 1 day for me to go there. It's fine, whatever. So salvage everything. Transfer everything. Alright, get back in there. Let's clear the next ship. Because that first one didn't put up much of a fight. It barely took like any nicks whatsoever. Who's missing? Who is not here? Why? Are you not on board? Okay, new plan. Pick them up. And get them home. Because there's like super close quarters, nowhere for me to move them. But luckily no one died, they just got a wee bit shredded. If you could pick up the wounded, please. It's fine, they're sorting it out. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, so you got pretty badly hurt. You got bit like a bunch of times, so it's gonna take you a little while to get there. You got a chronic wound from how much you got bitten. All that. Like, we do have a medical facility for you. Everyone just gonna leave Keonchuk laying there on the ground? No, just guess it's fine. Alright, well that's kind of a problem. Just rest in the doorway as you do. There, Keonchuk's like, look, fine, I'll take care of myself. We're gonna have to trade something with them. Alright, so let's do a new trade. I do have a bunch of soft blocks. I don't really want to give a bunch of them up, but I'm about to because I really desperately need food. Okay. Because our food is right about to run out. So go ahead and get that sorted. So checking how our research is going. Doing pretty good there. So next thing I need to figure out is what's needed for the better mining. Because we can't seem to pick up some of those things. Hypersleep, that's not it. That's robotics. That's for making all sorts of weapons. Oh, metal refinery and all that? It's probably these things, the refineries. So we'll get metal refinery going, because I'll probably end up needing that in a big way. It's been a long time. Alright. And so in the meantime, they are taking this one apart. Have Buko grab the circuit board I missed. Okay, so that put us up to 2 days of food. I was hoping for a little bit more than that. It does make me wonder if this is gonna be those ones with the nests or whatever. If that's the case, let's try when we go back, we're gonna go from this angle. That way if we see a bunch of the biters, we can kind of shoot at them from out in space so they can't reach us. Alright, so you're getting over a lot of your stuff. Did you figure out how to give a gun to the crew member? I did not figure out how to unequip a gun from one person and give it to the other, no. Like, at the moment, it's not been that big a deal because the shuttle can only carry 4 people, so we've only been worrying about 4 people. but will be something I will want to care about eventually. Ultimately, I'll just need to get some more guns. We're up to 3 days. You're not tying to that? Let's see. That was weird. So if you get back to sleep, we still need more hull blocks, which we should be getting in. New mission available, the MFB Everblast, whatever it is. Which is none of those. Okay, the Everblast is the one that provides a mission. Retrieve an item of interest from... Let's see, the PCS Triola. Alright, and how long do you have? 1 day. They can give us food, an energy rod, or cash. I mean, food's the most immediate one, but yeah, that's fine. Alright. Where's my shuttle? Okay, so this time... I mean, actually, we would have already cleared out that hallway, wouldn't we? Because we poked out here. Okay, so step one is we need to clear this thing relatively quick. Don't run at it, Butte. Back off. Okay. Alright. So, they want me to finish the mission. So transfer. And you wanted what? What am I doing the mission for? You want a medical supplies, a tech block, and an energy block. Okay. We'll go ahead and transfer. You're already set up to do this. Cool. Let's not even worry about those ones yet. Just the ones for the mission first. Because it says I think we may have already grabbed it in order to transfer it over there. Cool. So we're already on it. Nice. So we're ever so slightly more friends with them. And in the meantime, we already have you set up to salvage everything and transfer everything. So you go here and say select all, give it, and salvage, and do all of that. Cool. And you're still mining. All right, cool. That means we are going to get our payment of a little bit of food. And we got another ship already cleared for more salvage. These will be grown pretty soon. So it's nice doing business with you. Let's see. Our space station offers food services. Use the controls below to make an order for service. You select which crew members you want to assign to the service thing. Alright. Where's my money again? There we have it. Okay. Alright, so he basically ordered 5 meals from them and just said anyone can use their food. And all ships are fighting over the dock. Space DoorDash, basically. I mean, it actually looks like it's taking me to them, not the other way around, but I'm perfectly content with that. What's your deal? You have an exclamation mark over you. That's fine. We can worry about that later. Once Keanu Chick is healed up a bit more, then we'll push on to the last ship here. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Like, the exclamation mark would make me think there's a quest or something. But then if we zoom out, we choose the quests, there's nothing there. We've done them. Yeah, so it appeared just getting meals from them is the cheapest thing, versus actually getting food supplies from them to bring home is considerably more expensive. Okay. Start having them store all the corpses we find. Let's see when I hop over if I draft one of the people. Let's see. You find an interesting person in the corner of the room. Hello, Spacefarer. Haven't seen you around before, so we'll introduce ourselves. You introduce yourself. And that's why they're still chasing me. Fascinating story. Would you like to join our cruise? You inform them? Sure, I'll take along for a small fee. Hire the crew member? As much, maybe next time. Okay, so exclamation mark means there's someone I could recruit if I had the money. That said, she cost 2,000 and I have 200. So, not my budget. Press gang. I mean, once I have enough hull to build a prison to press gang them, there will be some press ganging. But right now, sadly, I am lacking in the prison cells. Like, long term, I might just make that the prison. Like, maybe we'll switch it later on, but that might just end up being the prison for the time being. Are you done with research? No, you still have a tiny bit left. Oh, I built the item fabricator research already? Is that right? I don't think we got... We didn't get the item fabricator research, did we? Did I just mislook at the colors? Okay. No, it did not. Unless it's like, wait a second, when did I get that? Because if I got that, I could just make a gun. How cleared out are you? So I got a ways to go here and there. Okay. Alright, so we finished the jukebox. Next up, I think is going to be metal refinery. Because we've got all this metal I cannot collect on these planets because I don't have metal refinery. Now, as I recall, the pain in the butt with the metal refinery is it puts out a lot of pollution and heat in its little room, so you end up making a separate room to just cause mayhem in to contain that. Okay. We have an incoming ship next turn. We do not know if it is friend or foe yet. Which it has turns. It's just after like a certain amount of time, it's considered a turn. I'm air quote, like I'm making quote marks, but I'm not on camera, so you can't see. And all a turn is basically, you know, it comes to stuff like raids and all that kind of stuff. That's still so much to be taken apart on it. Alright, once Butte gets back, we'll consider sending the away team to the next ship. Alright, meanwhile, it does look like Yonchik is slowly recovering from their injuries. Got struck by another asteroid. Alright. The other good news is as we're doing all stuff. Alright, new ship has entered the system. No missions on you. That's fine. Because you can actually have pirate ships that show up. Be advised, we're about to enter a derelict. Hey. Hey. That's my derelict. Alright, one of the crew members are down. as they just straight up leave them there. So you should be low on oxygen around now. Oh, no, I just topped off at the airlock. And Jan is down a second time. Like, I imagine if I were to go in the derelict while they're in there, we would fight. Like, the idea is we're stepping in on their claim. But it would be a strategy you could use is, like, if I was in some system and it was just the two of us, and I wanted to take my chances. I guess they'll get a claim on it. It's curious, because as far as I'm aware, this didn't used to be a thing that could happen. Like, ships would just pass through. Like, I'm still shredding these two ships, so I don't really care. Oh, the shuttle's still gone. Yeah, so I mean, they basically cleared the ship. It doesn't look like they put any kind of claim on it. I have to go over there and reach it before I guess I can do anything with it. Yeah, they did the dirty work, and I'm just gonna go take it for myself. I see nothing wrong with this. Like, if it would have, like, put their symbol over it, it would have been like, oh, nope, it's gone. But they came by, they cleared it out, and then they left. Would you look at that? I got myself a brand new ship to take apart. Oh, man, that was so hard. Didn't think we were going to make it there for a second. They just want some blood, I guess. Alright, so in the meantime, what we got going on here, so we should have this growing pretty soon. But in the meantime, we've got basically 3 places to take apart. This one's pretty close to done. That one's got a lot left to it, and that's got a lot left to it. That's a plus. The downside is we're still hurting on food. And I had been retrieving corpses just because. I assume what I would do is, I should check. Trade. Yeah, no real good deals there. These don't really have a whole lot of money. What I can do is go services. I'm gonna buy 4 more meals. And this ship is leaving the sector. Yeah, ship down there left the sector. So they cleared out the bugs, we claimed the wreck for our own, and then they left. As it was meant to be. So I'm definitely finding I'm going to end up needing more point defense. Like, if I had the supplies, I'd build one down here to layer it up better. So where was it? So systems. Yeah, so I need more tech blocks. That's definitely a thing I'm going to have to deal with, because those asteroids just kind of poke at you till you can't take it anymore. Okay. Looks like Keanu is almost fully healed. Just had that crawler bite. All that's left. They just keep harassing us about, like, you know, you should trade. You should trade. I'm like, look, man, I'm already trading. Calm down. It's fine. Alright, so you just got green science left. No, get the refinery. And even if I can't get the ore refined right now, having it unlocked so I can mine the ore would still be good. That way I can, you know, mine up all that ore. Oh, I'm required to have the... not the tech. I'm required to have the thing that the tech builds before I'm allowed to even mine it. Alright, well that means that's probably not happening. Because I vaguely remember that being a fairly large thing, and it pollutes the air in the room it's in. So you end up wanting to make, like, a separate room for it. To let it pollute that air, and then you can put a scrubber in there with it. Okay. Well, that's fine. So we'll just keep tearing apart the derelicts as best we can. Oh, it's just the building I've selected? What? I want to unselect this. I want this prompt to go away. Because it's also covering where normally I see my, There we go. Oh, is that how I switch it? I see. Okay, cool, cool, cool. I wanted to be able to see this so I could see how our food and everything was doing. At the moment, we're doing alright. We're hanging at like 3 days. I should be getting my vegetables out of here pretty... Well, I actually got some vegetables out of there. That should give us a bit more time. We just keep breaking down those other ships. So I can get as much resources as possible for expanding our ship. I'm gonna mute my microphone for just a minute. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so right now we're just basically fast forwarding. So we either have to do another trade for money to be able to get more food, or till we get these ships torn apart. But as we tear them apart and we're starting to get more hull blocks and all that, I can potentially expand, expand our ship some more. The catch is, do I focus on trying to build the other bedrooms, or do I focus on trying to make the refinery area? I think the refinery area takes priority. And I'll probably put that down here. Now we can also go like this: furniture, table, chair, chair. Those some really big bedrooms? Yep. Deploy focus on food. Well, right, that's the thing, is I need resources. Like, I do want to make my food happen. Like, that's the reason I built this here. I'm gonna end up needing more than that. Alright. So, new research. Let's go down here towards botany. Make fibers and an autopsy table. You can make a CO2 producer. Probably item fabricator next. Okay. So. How big is our ore processor? That's a remember. That it was ridiculously large. They have the metal refinery. So it is 3x5 is how much space that takes. So let's go here. Go to edit. Select sketch. So that'd be your 3x5 with enough space to walk around for like the thermal and all that. This would be a wall, and then this would be a door that seals. So that'd be the space for it. The catch is I need more hull block. Which we're working on. That's literally what we're getting from tearing these ships apart, is stuff like hull blocks. And if I get another infra block, I can make another hydroponics table. Okay. Yes, we're growing ever so slightly slower than we are producing. Change the order of these. Continuous. 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 Alright. Food's getting critically low as well. Or sorry, not food, water. If produce is less than 10. We got a storage unit that's full. Okay, so the first wreck is truly done. But there's just nothing there. The second wreck is the one that seems to be working on over here. That we're starting to knock a lot of it out. Why did that go first? I don't understand the way it organizes these. Let's see, if you have less than 10. 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 That way it should not, like, it'll focus on getting all those done. And then after all that we could do infinity, but I won't worry about that unless we hit a point that I have over 10 of all those, or it's just not doing anything. Okay. Food's getting really dangerously low. We'll have to trade again. The good news is I am getting some stuff to trade. Let's go ahead and a couple of energy blocks. I got a whole bunch of those. That gives us that. We'll accept that money. We'll turn around and service. Alright, so I have to wait for the trade to finish. So do you plan on just building another plant, or do you plan on getting rid of the one you're at to get a big one? Building another plant. Oh, I just realized I have enough infra blocks. It's like, that one's more efficient. It gets me an extra bed. But that'll do for now. And go furniture. And put a light there. Then we're gonna need spare blocks to repair things. Yep. That's the reason why I was waiting till we had at least 3. And I have plenty of stuff for making more infra blocks as far as scrap and all that. It's just, we haven't produced them yet. Okay. Okay, so I got our money, which is good because we're basically out of food. So I can go ahead and top off their food with that. But if I get the second hydroponics up, we should be good on food just in general. Because then we'll be producing it faster than we eat it. The good news, this ship is looking mostly stripped at this point. That ship's coming along. Yeah, so we got medium and high. Yeah. They don't have much more until this place is properly stripped. I assume I can't mine this yet? Nope. That's fine. Alright. I guess another thing you need to do, where's the tool bench? Here it is. Oh, review. Oh. That's fine. Alright. We're getting people fed. Curious if they still haven't built that. Like, the materials are all there, they just have to physically build it. Alright. Yeah, it's probably one of those things that's gonna end up selling lots of the soft material. Why are you not refining? Thought I'd set a job and we were good with that. They're getting dangerously low on water. Okay, so you should get those planted. Alright, so with that, once that starts growing, that should give us a net positive food. Yeah, so the root vegetables were not a net positive, even though we're at a negative for artificial meat and fruits. That still means we're going to be making some progress today. Like some progress towards growing stuff. Don't get why they're not running this. Check our people's priorities. Alright, so I've got you high on medical, you've got high botany. We have no one particularly high on construction, they're all kind of neutral. Maintenance is fairly high. We've got 2 people decent on mining, we got 1 decent on industry. Everyone's pretty solid on... Yeah, I mean... The only one that doesn't have people on a high priority is construction. There we go. We finally actually made some water. Or are actively making water. Okay. Right, you're done. You're done. So it's just this one last ship. It's warning me I have an absolutely absurd amount of hull scrap that just needs to actually be processed. Because weirdly, no matter what priority these go in, it seems to unset and switch. The good news is it shouldn't be too much of a problem. They'll make the last soft block. They won't make more energy blocks. I don't think I have what I need for tech blocks. And if it makes infra blocks or hull blocks, either of those are useful to me. And as I get our botany higher, then I'll be able to turn around with this and make another one to have like nuts or something on it versus right now they have just vegetables. All right. I can add on to this. After they do the ones for like the 10, then they can just limitlessly process the scrap. So downside is our storage is getting full. All of it's getting full. They don't really have another good place for putting storage right now. Let alone a convenient place. But that should help once they start processing more of this. The more they process the recycled scrap down, the more compressed it ends up being. They're talking about building a third planter? Yeah, I'll probably end up needing to once I have enough infra blocks to justify it. But I'm also waiting on getting enough skill to be able to make it worth our while. Alright, so we're gonna need to trade again. Okay. And once that trade goes through, we'll use their services for more food. Basically, I'm spending too long in this system processing these ships. I should have just gone for the good stuff and then just left. But that's okay for right now. Okay, so services. Get one less set of meals out of them. And by that point, we, like, even if we don't have literally everything out of here, that'll be good enough for me. And let's leave for the next system, because right now we're running a timer on our food. And you have your meal to go get? No, it should be good. Alright, and I know I can sell more. I really don't want to. I mean, I guess let's play it safe. So we'll do one last trade where we go energy blocks. We have 5 of those. But in return, I want a little bit extra food. Food to take with me, not to eat right now. Did you... Still waiting for it to return? What's going on? I was expecting to see it mention that we had the multiple units of nuts, but I'm not seeing any in our storage at all. Oh, it's probably it right there, like what Luxray is carrying away right now. Hang on, buddy. Just overlooking a ton of stuff. Okay. Alright, so it's getting to be time for us to leave the system. And the ships will return on their own. Yeah, so I could jump down there, cut across here. If we so desire. Alright, but prepare to jump. So our ships get recalled. Our people get recalled. It'll be on to the next system. Okay. I'll grab the ice real fast. And then assuming no one else shows up, it's time for the next system. Alright, what I might do in the meantime, while I wait for them to get that ice, is edit. Start building that space. Okay. That way we can get the ore refinery online to get that moving. Because that'll be necessary for supplies as well. Alright, got the item fabricator done. Okay. We'll go power node capacity next. They use the ice for water, so important one. Yep, this is the in-game music. Meditated your butt to sleep. Good music. Alright, so resource. So this will be where we build the ore processor. This room is slightly not big enough for the ore processor, so this is not where we're building that yet. Alright, so I'm just going to go here and go edit and build hall. Okay. Okay, so the ore is all gone. So before we get too caught up in anything, I'm gonna prepare for jump and get to the next system. Alright, everyone's on board, it's just literally waiting for it to go online. Yeah, so let's go down this way and around, because I'm assuming that wheat symbol means I'm going to be able to find what I'm looking for. Like, food-wise. Incoming rogue bots. Let's see, deliver cargo. I'm assuming we're about to have a combat situation. Can I quickly build some cover? Don't build it there. Okay, so you have a mission for me to deliver cargo from the current sector to asteroid field 2. You're gonna give me a little bit of money. Meanwhile, we can go to resources, ore facility. That has to be an airlock door, I believe. Let's actually cancel that for a moment. Instead, we're gonna go here and go walls. Here, actually. Cancel all of these. So what we can do then is put the wall here. Put a window here. Put a wall here. And I'm assuming I'll be able to then take the airlock and put an airlock there. Alright, so I guess we open that up. Because what happens is this produces a lot of polluted air and everything, so you don't want just contaminating your whole ship. So I put that there. My life support. And put a scrubber in this room. I'm also probably going to need a wall ventilator. Or wall thermal, whatever. Where are the rogue bots? So I don't know if those are bots that board my ship and then I have to defend myself, or if they're bots that are going to attack my ship and my point defense will fight back. Shouldn't be in my point defense range. There it goes. Let's see. Leave 1 square floor hole to vent it so that fires in that room never happen. Alright, so we got more rogue bots in the way. Long time I've seen this game on stream. Yeah. Like, I enjoy the game, but it's definitely one of those games that it just doesn't do well on Twitch. So a lot of people aren't willing to do it. Let's see where it's talking about going. So it's this system, I assume it's... Yeah, so it's going on to the next area we were going to go to anyways. So let's quickly take a look at that mission. Let's pause it. So we have 55 seconds to accept it. They give us ice and raw chemicals. Soft blocking this. We'd probably take the money, and then we get some relationship. But we would want to go to Asteroid Field 2 in the next area. I think I am going to accept it because I haven't done it before. Oh, never mind. I need cargo ports. I don't have those. So I can't do it if I wanted to. Oh, that needs a whole bunch of those infra tiles. Well, that's a bummer. Oh, this time instead of splitting between us, they're all coming after me. Okay, that said, we fought him off. There's smoke in the room? Why is there smoke in the room? Hi. What?
Hi. You're so handsome.
Yeah.
It's not fair.
How was your dinner?
It was nummy.
Mm-hmm.
You made nummy sauce.
Mm-hmm.
But it was spicier than the sauce from the can.
Yep.
I was like, what is spicy? But I ate it.
Mm-hmm.
It was nummy.
It was really good.
You just need to put some red food dye in it so it's prettier.
Well, I just needed more tomato paste.
Because I was like, this color is really brown.
Yeah, no, it's just brown, like just because they're. But I mean, hey, brown's a good color.
Yeah, brown food tastes good.
Yeah, brown food tastes good.
Why aren't you on camera?
The camera was messing up when I switched games, kept freezing, so I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna fight with it.
What a rude camera.
I know. It's been a long time since it's had a problem, but like it was a thing that just every once in a while when I was streaming, it would lock up a couple times and I just have to keep restarting or whatever.
Yeah.
But this is like I switched the game and it acted up. I don't actually think it was the game switching. People noticed it was when I switched the resolution for the game that it started doing it. Insufficient available resources.
It's sad for streamies because then only I get to see the handsomeness that is my hubby. I mean, your little avatar drinking there is cute and all.
Mm-hmm.
You're even cuter in real life.
Lies. Why would you lie to people like this?
No, I'm telling the truth.
It sounds like lies to me.
No.
The more I'm hearing him mentioned, the more it sounds like lies.
No, it's the truth. You're a cutie. But I need snuggles. Snuggles.
Alright, well, we're moving on to the next system. There's not a whole lot I can... Well, actually, did I finish building the thing? No, that's right, I didn't have nearly enough infra blocks. Okay, so we can go ahead and grab this. Repair preparation, and get on to the next system real fast. What are you doing?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know either, so I can't help you.
Trying to be weird so I get attention.
I mean, you are being weird.
Yeah.
Keep saying there's smoke condition. What? Oh, is it because right, one of the ships got shot at.
No.
Okay.
Whoa, that was a weird graphic.
So I don't care about that system.
Yeah, we don't care about that system. Stupid system.
They go there. We go here.
Whoa.
There's stuff here, so let's drop into this system. That's not what I want. I dropped to a system where there's nothing in it. I was confused by the icon on the map. I thought that icon was saying that it was there. I didn't realize it was already leaving to the next system. It's fine.
You need a thingy it's like you, but it's like a cartoon.
Yeah, that's a VTuber thing. I've had people suggest that a number of times. They actually take a lot to set those up. I'm not against setting one up, but to make it look anything better than really bad usually requires you to hire an artist to make them and do all that stuff, and you know, you got to pay people to do their work and all that.
Of course.
But it has been suggested. It's something I have debated at different times doing.
He's so cute. Little cartoon.
All right, so we're going to this system now.
Oh.
No, it's mine. I love you.
I love you.
All right, so we're dropping. Oh, are you going to sleep?
I want to be my hubby.
That's fine. Let's see. They're trying to communicate with us, so we're going to run to our console so we can answer. Greetings, Spacefarer. You have been selected for routine inspection. You have nothing to hide from this faction. Reveal everything. Thank you for your cooperation. This will speed things up. As you have nothing to hide from them, you're free to go. Goodbye. Okay. So they want us to take the captain, whatever, as prisoners, in a different sector and bring them back here. And they're willing to offer us some pretty decent firearms and everything. But it's in the next entire set of sectors. Right now, my urgency is food. Can I trade with you in any way? No. There we go. Do you offer medical supplies? Can I convince you to give me food? And in return, I will pretend to be nice. I don't know. Have some fabric. All right. So you are exchanging fabric for food. Okay, so we're alright in food for a minute. But nevertheless, we didn't get what much we wanted here. Looks like there's a derelict system, ship, and some other stuff in the next system over, so let's go ahead and get over there. I thought we'd be making enough food by now. So we are basically just about pacing ourselves. The problem is I don't have enough infra blocks to build more food production. Basically, I'm just short on supplies. And that's mostly because of people actually running the thing to turn the scrap into blocks. Like, you've got plenty of scrap for it. I didn't see what that is about over there. Alright, so let's go position ourselves over here. Alright. So let's see, have let's see what we have in system. Missions, capture this person. So it's the same person as last time. They want me to capture in the system next over. And you have no missions available at all. Most of our people are doing okay. Let's draft them. Get them on a ship. And let's get this ship over here to the derelict to see if we can't get any more resources out of it. All right. Alright, and get back out into space where they can't bite me. I do appreciate that they're all coming to me. Now, there are nests you can actually get where they do respawn. So you have to, like, push to the nest and destroy it while more of them are appearing. Okay, we undraft. Ship is unstable. Oh, it's saying I could claim the ship. Yes, we'll abandon that ship. And we'll salvage it. It's basically saying I could like take the time to rebuild that into a usable ship. But yeah, we're not going to bother with that. Alright. And do we have someone we can put on priority for industry? So industry... Of course it's... We're going to increase Sniper Spice's priority on industry, so hopefully they get that done. Because that's the current problem, is we're not focusing enough on industry. It's just not happening. And that's the reason why we're starting to just struggle to have blocks to do stuff. So we'll take this apart for more pieces. Are we net positive on food? Hard to tell. Like, the way I read this for myself is that we would be losing, like, 0.2 food a day. Not entirely clear. Meanwhile, let's look at, I believe Kionachik is the one who's been doing most of our food. You're at Botany 4, so we can actually have you do, I think it's fruits next? So when one of these is about done, you're at 3%, so we're gonna cancel that and cancel that. And you're gonna start growing fruit there. So you have fruit and vegetables. Okay. Was that saying the military ship left the sector? Yep, that's fine. That's not unexpected. You're unable to get a path to that spot. Why can you not path that spot? You should be wide open this way to go there. Okay. Yeah, so this other ship had important, like, some high value pieces on it that it was like, hey, you can actually claim this ship. But in our particular case, there was so much missing of that ship and we couldn't build out the systems it needed. I don't get why you cannot reach this block. Bad environment, oxygen, temperature. Okay, oxygen. Seems totally fine on all areas. Temperature. So you're a bit on the hot side, but that's literally why I'm doing this. Can I slam this thing open? Why does this not... Yeah, no, there should be plenty of space to move around in there. I don't really understand. That's whatever it is. I don't get why we can't go through there. Like, that's the whole point of this thing, is that you go in. Do I have this thing backwards? It shouldn't... I mean, it shouldn't matter. The point is I'm separating one side from the other. Alright, let's... dismantle all this. Because it is backwards, I need to move all that up a tile. And turn it around. Which I don't really care either way. It's just one of those things that was a little confusing to me. And meanwhile, they're breaking down that ship while we get this figured out. So turn that around. Wall. Do that. Alright, so I see the way that's supposed to be oriented. Meanwhile, I'm going to probably have to go here to build hull. Just going to open that up and I have to put a wall section here. But then once I get more infra blocks, we can put the actual ore processing thing there. Cannot repair, missing infra blocks. Why is this not getting done? You're making tech scrap. Okay. Look, as long as they're running that thing. That's almost destroyed. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need more people focused on the industry side to make this work. That seems to be what's holding us up right now, is just producing blocks using this. I need more infra blocks if I'm going to do anything at all. Otherwise, we are going to gradually starve. It's warning me food is getting dangerously low, that I can't make more recipes. But I need more hull blocks for more space to do anything. We'll move the hull stabilizer over here, and I can put another hydroponic thing down here as soon as I get the infra blocks made. Oh, I think we already finished there, so I can build the last section of wall. Okay. Incoming ship next turn. Let's see what shows up. Okay, that was potentially bad. It says our hull stability is 0 out of 0. Can we not have that problem? I don't know if hull stability being 0 means I'm literally any damage from destruction. Okay. Service product exchange for a fee. Alright, so you got... They still want me to capture that person. You don't have a mission available. Like, they keep giving me this mission to capture this individual and bring them back to whatever sector stuff's going down in. Alright, you have picked that clean. Alright, well, let's just move on to the next system. The hull is fragile due to that there are too few hull stabilizers. Airspace adjust attempting to do so would tear the ship apart. Alright, well, hang on. Alright, so I need steel plates. Let's try trading. So I need from you steel plates, these. Try this again without accidentally clicking out of the window. And I can give you empty promises. Will you take that? Is that something you will you'll accept as compensation? No? Alright, well, I tried. Sure, we can give some of these crystals that I really do need, but, you know, it's fine. I'll also grab a thing of nuts. Alright, so that should give us the plates. That'll let us start using our hull stabilizer. I believe I need the item Fabric. I'm being scanned. Um, I dismantle that. Okay, so we are slowly recovering our hull. My assumption is what I'm going to end up needing from here is that we will need to make the iron fabricator. Okay, so we were inspected, but they didn't find anything they found, considered illicit or whatever. It's weird that you can't reach temperature anymore. Okay, I don't really have what you need. Like, I'm already struggling with these things, but alright, sure, fine. Life support. And our thermal regulator, we could go ahead and put it here, I guess. Okay. Then go ahead and do is now we can try jumping. Oh, I should go up here. So go up there. And then we'll go down. I was under the impression there was more here. You can transport prisoners and capture prisoners. And capture prisoners. Alright, but the thing is I would need a room to hold them in. Well, I can't do either of those, so we're not going to stick around. Alright. That implies there's maybe a research station over there? No available missions, and you want to trade? Is there anything you specifically have a need for that I'm comfortable giving up? I mean, honestly, it doesn't even matter if I'm comfortable giving it up. I mean, I have this thing. I have some energy blocks. I don't really want to get rid of any of my FTL stuff and all that. But I do have a need for food. They don't really have a whole lot of money either. Their prices are not particularly good. Yeah, so it's warning me that I'm starting to run low on a lot of materials. Alright, well. That is what it is. We'll keep pushing on. Okay, so we can drop in here. There's a derelict ship here we can start shredding. Retrieve items of interest. Okay, so they want us to go on the ship, kill all the targets, and get the stuff. And in return, they will give us food and or money. I will take the food because I desperately need the food. So all of you who may or may not be in the mood to do anything. It's too bad. We get a job to do. And you're going to do it because the counter to that is potential death. Alright, it's a decent-sized base that's mostly intact. Just the 2 holes punched there and there. Well, I guess there's also some damage by the airlock itself. Okay. Is this your main combat group? I mean, it's my entire crew, basically. So I don't have a main or a second combat group. I just have my 5 crewmen, of which 1 is unarmed, so the other 4 do all the fighting. Did you know you can assign groups? I did not. But it makes sense. So it looks like the hull breach over here is preventing them from being able to path to me. Which I am A-okay with. So I'm just going to ignore them for a second. Or we can shoot at them too, that's fine too. Alright, so undraft them. They should automatically finish the quest for us. And then we can start moving everything over. And then we should get our payout for a little bit of food. Now you can rip this thing apart. Yeah, because we go transfer. Did they already? Oh, they're already doing it. Like right now, they're transferring it as we speak. Cool. So we'll finish this quest and we'll be good to go. Yup. Got a tiny little bit of relations. And we got a new technology. Alright. Increases production speed. Let's go for the upgraded botany. Actually, don't know what half this stuff is for. Energy refinery. Alright, so we completed the only mission they had for us. There's the white rabbit again. This time you have no missions available. If I can get some more hull blocks, it'd also be worth my time to make a prison. Because we keep getting missions that say, hey, you know, like, you know, move for these prisoners, take a prisoner, do these kind of things. Or it's something I want to have anyways, because those prisoners can be a thing. Because part of my thought is to change that into a prison there. Like this little spot here. It wouldn't be a great location for it, but it'd be kind of fine or whatever. Some of the things I do need to do is I need to get the item fabricator, the item workbench, which requires more infra blocks. I need more hydroponics because like we're barely dredging water with our food right now. One more should push us over to the top. I have the ore processor I need to build. That's fine. For right now, I just got to keep shredding bases as we get to them. I need people focused on the industry. Industry. It's like Sniper Spice is the only one. I find it interesting that Sniper Spice isn't doing the industry despite having it as a priority. It's supposed to go left to right. So it goes maintenance. So it should be medical, maintenance, industry, research. You know, I always turn around. Sniper Spice is on that. Despite, like, I believe we have an absolutely outrageous amount of scrap. Like, we got literally scrap in giant mounds here everywhere. Okay. Hopefully, Kiona Chick here pretty soon levels up their botany. Because they level up their botany to 5, then I can go and get one of these making nuts, and then that probably would be enough to handle everything. I know something you just figured out after playing this game for over 100 hours? What's that? There you go. Well, worked out for like 2 seconds. The customs logic priority? Amazing. Alright. I'll bite. I keep seeing this labeled everywhere. Oh! Okay. So, like, that would allow me if it's between this bench and this. I could go here and say, make that higher. Alright. Our energy is getting catastrophically low. That's deeply concerning. Right, so let's see, I put food things at 1 because the people will starve to make scrap, but scrap is always 2 to 3. Alright. So you... How much can I get? Alright. I give it up. Giving some of those up. Oh, that's rough. Okay. Because otherwise my power goes out soon, and I assume when your power goes out, you're basically done. Yeah, I still have some corpses on my ship. I forgot about that. Okay, so medical and food is the highest. Processing or blocks is second. And we can worry about some of the rest later. All right. We got more and more food showing up. The good news, they're finally actually getting some blocks made. All various systems return apart over there. Just patiently waiting for them to get more blocks produced. How many blocks is the ore refinery? Because that's one of the things we definitely want to get made. The ore processor. Yeah, so it's 4. The item workbench is 2. We definitely want to get that made. I'm sorry, was it the item workbench? No, it was the item fabricator. The item workbench probably also needs to happen. Okay. Food's still rough, but I mean, they're working on it. It doesn't seem like... So I was under the impression this order would matter. It doesn't seem like it does. It definitely feels like it skips around a lot. I don't know why or what that means, but you know. That's getting pretty close to full as well for storage. A lot of because just how much scrap is here. Okay, for the guy who stays here almost all the time. And to put industry on your schedule as well. Why am I stealing from hostels? I'm not. It's a derelict ship. Like, the ship was, like, literally overrun by insects. There's no one alive, so we're just taking apart what was left. We actually haven't directly attacked anyone yet. Granted, I haven't had a whole lot of opportunity to attack someone who isn't extremely heavily more armed than I am. But the original owners wanted to come back. Well, that's unfortunate because finders keepers. They should have thought about that before they lost everything. Alright. So you still have the one about capturing a person. You don't have one. We already did your quest. Okay. Alright, so we do have 3. I'm gonna take my chances with this. We're gonna go food. I'm gonna build another grow bed. And does anyone have botany 5? No. So I will make it half vegetables, half fruit. Because I can't actually make nuts until 5. So grow vegetables, fruits. So what should happen here is that should increase my throughput to a point that we can manage that. Come on, I want to see that number get bigger. Alright. We're already getting more stuff built, which is good. That's fine. Alright, and how are you doing on your salvage? You're just down to hull and infra. If it wasn't the fact that I'm hurting so much for the infra scrap, I would just ignore it and move on. But in this particular case, I really want it, so we're just gonna let it keep getting torn apart. Again, it should work where we're having more and more of them getting that done at a time. The good news, it does seem like I'm getting infra blocks at a decent rate now. That they are taking the time to process the materials. They don't think kids and breeding people in this game yet, but I think you can turn prisoners. You can turn prisoners, yes. Yeah, so you can grow your population by capturing people, and just like kind of like RimWorld, you put them in a prison and you convince them to join you. But I need to get a prison to do that. We are starting to get more hull blocks. Gonna regret doing this, but edit. Because then I'll make the new room. See, yes, convince them, certainly not brainwashing them. Yeah, I mean, ideally I want to get them to not all be using the bunks here. And then figure out about trying to remember how to make this into a prison. Right, here it is. Set prisoner area. Yeah, so there's a refugee area. And there's a prisoner area. So I can see setting that to be a prisoner area once I have enough beds for... Like, right now, I should only need, technically, 2 to 3 beds for people to sleep in. Because I have a rotation where there should only be 2 people on their sleeping schedule at a time. Okay. Alright, so both our fruits and vegetables are on a surplus now, and then our artificial meats and nuts are not. That said, we're working on it. Okay, so with this we can go objects, wall. Door. Decorations. Furniture. Bed. Oh, right, it's an external. I was like, why won't let me build that? Okay. So I can build all that. That'll take a little bit to get going. I believe that ship has basically been picked dry now. It has. So it's time to leave. We are starting to push the limit on what our hyperdrives can handle, which is concerning, but also not something I could do a whole lot about right now, so... Next system. Okay. Now I can go up this way and check out some of these other systems. Right, so we got a derelict ship here. It still has this as basically no food. Draft, get in. Let's go. So you're still doing that mission where you're supposed to deliver whatever food on the asteroid? Mission where we're supposed to deliver food, question mark? Okay, that's a lot of them. Let's retreat to space. Okay. And there's at least one more. Okay. Just be careful when you equip a shotgun. The shotgun does break a lot of stuff. Alright. Oh, there's one last room over there. Get some air, and then we probably have that one little spot there to check out. I want to use shotgun to make a straight line between rooms because I didn't want to go around the entire thing for the objective. That's understandable. Alright, get your air, and then we got one last room to check. Then the derelict is ours, we can tear it apart and do all that. Then imagine all the materials for dismantling this. I mean, it's a pretty solid one. There's a lot of systems to be taken apart. Okay, so undraft. And we will sit there and say, take it all apart. Give me everything. Okay. We're still getting pretty dangerously low. I need to find a system I can mine more energiurium or whatever it's called. Because that I should get my hands on more of. You enjoy the dismantling animation? Yeah. Where you see like the square like pop over, it just comes down. Environmental condition, low oxygen? Why are we low oxygen? Oh, it's because a bunch of meteors hit the ship. That's right. Okay. New research. Go ahead and do the weapons console. Starvation. I mean, look. I am trying to help you out. I'm pretty sure the only reason they're starving right now... I really need to get that food. Like, it's kind of stalemating in this at the moment, but we are producing... The only thing we're not keeping up with is the, our fish meat. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Everything's breaking because of temperature all of a sudden. Because that was fine. Oh, it's saying that can't keep up. That's fine. We can fix that. So what we'll do is right now I can go over here. I can't fix that. I am out of infra blocks. Just go ahead and move you. Well, this whole thing is about to get real messy real fast. So I should be fine once we start actually harvesting this. As far as food, that should be enough to keep it from being an issue. Because yes, I am losing animal meat, but I'm making up for it by overproducing the others. It won't be a meal I'll particularly make them happy or anything, but I believe they'll stay fed. Or we'll just all starve here, and this will be the end of the run here in not too long. There's not a whole lot I can do about it right now. Yeah, so this point defense isn't enough. I need to get our point defense up here somewhere, and probably one down there. Yeah, so now it's saying I have over a day's food. So I have a whole bunch of people starving with over a day's food. I have an incoming ship this coming turn. Alright, just trying to get everything back online and going. It's like literally saying I have 1.1 days worth of food, but that we're starving. You still just really want me to capture that person. The new trade. Sending her one of those. You in turn send me one of those. The best I can offer right now. We are actively fighting starvation, so an extra unit of food is probably all I need to fix it. It's just interesting that it says I'm positive in food, that I have more than, like I was sitting at about a day's worth of food left, yet everyone is starting to starve. Like, that's what makes me curious, is how I have food in supply and yet we're not eating. Unless the calculations here are just entirely fictitious. But it should be producing more food than I need. Maybe nutrition? Maybe. That's part of the reason I got the meat, was just in case. Food on the other ship? That's a possibility as well. I mean, there is a unit of food on the other ship. Either way, it should be net positive in food at the rate I'm producing now. Maybe as it says, old stat. Okay, so starvation is cleared. Maybe once we get this wreck figured out, if they still have the mission to capture a person, we just try going for that. Why is your floor different? I don't really care that's different, I just don't understand why. How are we doing in our botany? So you're about 4.5, 3.5, 4 1/3. Doing like a fifth. If I can get the botany up to someone having 5, we'll take that last bench, we'll switch it over to get more variety of food. I like when they go to the derelict ship, they're like, well, I'm tired. Let me go ahead and sit down in a chair in this, like, ship that's just vacuumed to space. Now, it does seem like their happiness is slowly climbing back up. Fatty acids deficiency. Vitamin deficiency anemia. But I'm getting fruits and veggies, which is where your vitamins primarily come from. Now, fatty acids I totally get. No, you're not. Team is being mean to herself. All right. I do love you. Alright. The downside is while we're sitting here trying to stabilize everything, I'm running dangerously low on Energirium. So if one thing doesn't kill me, it's going to be the other thing. So we really do have to get to the next system pretty quick. But I want to get the stuff off here because more than likely I'm going to have to trade that for the Energirium and food because both of those are expensive. Just need them to keep shredding that thing as fast as they can. And if I get one more of these bedrooms online, I'm going to switch this into a prison. Or if we end up getting in a situation where I want a prisoner, we'll just make that into a prison there. Why are you not doing that? You have tons of stuff. Like, I can see the scrap here. You had a giant mountain of scrap here. Where is it? They got all that hull scrap. You're like, let me just sit on this communications panel even when I don't need it. So let's switch this to... That's fine. Auto. You leave those unmanned for right now and have them just man them on their own when there's an immediate need. I don't want them running up and sitting at the comms panel when I got other stuff I need them doing. Especially when they're sitting at the comms panel and there's no one here. It's kind of a garbage thing. I just realized my microphone is moving. Or muting. I was like, why is there a fire? Is the fire gonna put itself out? No safe pass. So this is all being choked by the smoke and the temperature. So if we look at the temperature, why is the temperature so real? Like, I mean, there was the fire, which is why it's so hot. But I'm wondering why it's not cooling back off. I mean, I guess it is. It's just taking a minute. That's fine. So I have hazardous gases, so we have all this smoke here. Now, I've got scrubbers down there and such, but I don't really have a scrubber up in this area, nor do I really have the supplies to build a new scrubber. Because solar. All right. I mean, this is because it got ridiculous hot. I didn't see what triggered the fire in the first place. I'm guessing it was just something in bad repair. Why did you run in here and go to sleep on the floor? Like, no time for bed. Floor is nap. I wonder how long it'll take that to dissipate out. Like I said, I've got scrubbers. The downside is they're not near here. I've got a scrubber for this room for when I get the that set up. You got plans for scrubber, like, I could put a scrubber up here, but I need more blocks, I believe. So it needs carbon. It needs any of the pollutants. Down to one crystal. Yeah. Solar panel. Yes, it says I have 2 days left of power. I'm trying to get some progress here. I wish they'd stop going to sleep on the floor. Of course you're sleeping on the floor. They're getting nothing done on the salvaging, really, because they're all busy trying to repair this thing collapsing. That's a whole situation. I assume that smoke would dissipate out over time, like it would filter out the rest of the ship and then get scrubbed. Like, I can't tell if it's getting any progress at all or not. Hey, could you not hit me with an asteroid when we're dealing with stuff, please? Alright, well, as much as I want to take apart the derelict, it's time to go. We don't say go now, we're not getting to go. Alright, Luxray's getting ready to get us out of here. That's a bummer. I was really hoping to get more material out of that ship, but with the stuff we have going wrong on our ship, I'm not getting enough time to deal with the other things. Vargas and traveling hyperspace will have adverse effects on crew member. A chamber sleep for each crew member will protect against these effects. Note, the intensity side effects from traveling in hyperspace are severe only on harsh and brutal difficulty settings. Peace and Builder, they're milder. Okay, mild effects are mild. I can ignore those. Alright, so it's forcing me to deploy here. You can play the scenario, the hints, adventure, whatever happens. Alright, so it's basically saying we're not, like, you finish the tutorial, there's nothing left for us to show you. Oh, that's what we need right there. That's responsible.
I love you.
I love you too.
See?
Can't say what I'm not. I can't say what I'm not. Good Lizzie going to actual bed. I love you.
I love you.
A whole bunch of people have interstellar travel sickness. Let's hurry, because I'm sure my power is on the very edge of completely depleting. If I can get to the next system where I could just mine it, I could just mine it, and that's one less immediate urgency I've got. Perfect. Mine it all. Mine it all. Which is good, because I am down to 0.2 days worth of power. You have no missions for me, and you have no missions for me. Fair enough. Has anyone hit enough botany? You're getting close. Alright, Strider. You sleep well. Please go get the fuel now. Why is suddenly our consumption gone up? Question mark. I think this run is about to be over. Because our food is dangerously low, our power is dangerously low. We have whatever the germ symbols are about. What is happening to Luxray right now? Oh, it's just interstellar travel sickness. Okay, that's fine. It was a good run. I really like this game. Yeah, I enjoy the game a lot. It does seem to take a whole lot of time. Like, that's the thing. You go into a system and you start saying, all right, salvage this ship, and then you just kind of wait. I do really enjoy the game. Like, it's fine playing. It's just one of those things that, for streaming, it's tough. There's a reason why the category is almost always completely vacant on Twitch. Like, right now, this stream we've had with 84 people, it will measurably increase the average viewership for the game. That's how little it gets played on Twitch. And it's usually just because viewer turnout's typically not great. It's kind of an exception that, like, if you have kind of a regular audience, you can pop in, and they usually hang for not just about any game, but they'll usually hang for a game that's going, like, pretty well and that kind of stuff so far as something new. But if I were to stream this, like, 4 or 5 times, I imagine you'd find, like, the viewership would absolutely just tank. That's what happened with the last time, is I think I streamed it 3 different days, and, like, the last day it dropped to, like, 15, 20 viewers were. Do you think because it's just like RimWorld, people would be more into it? The problem is, it's really shallow in content right now. It's still in its early alpha kind of thing. You don't have a bunch of stuff. Like, you can have ships attack you, but on, like, the 4 or 5 times I've played it, I've had it happen once. So by and large, a lot of it is jump to the next system, scrape up the stuff there, jump to the next system, scrape up the stuff there. And again, for playing on your own, it's great. But for playing with people viewing, you gotta think, I've been playing this for 6 or 7 hours? Yeah, battle with 1 ship battle? Yep, and it wasn't even this run. So we were like 6, 7 hours into this run. We have not been in combat where we've had anything attack our ship. Literally every fight I've been in is me boarding derelicts and killing whatever's on board the derelict. That's taking down due to power, and I can't build more. Like, we're entirely dying due to managing resources. Which that was, I didn't make enough food earlier on, and now trying to deal with the power. Like, we've already depleted the system of everything of value. Yeah, that's the big problem, but that's just the nature of it being an alpha. Maybe Bond. Like, for me, like I said, I've played 4 or 5 times. I've had a good time with it, but yeah, no, I've only been attacked once. Actually, I take that back. We did have some rogue drones attack us earlier. As far as says, personally, I use Twitch to discover new games. I only watch if the game is too difficult for me to play. I love the interaction with chat. Yeah. Oh, you're not back at the ship. Hang on. Are you not back in the ship? Not to worry about the green resource. We need to get on to the next system if I am going to survive. Because it's bought us some fuel for a little while. Yeah, no, generally speaking, when it comes to Twitch, the primary use you typically see on the platform tends to be around people finding, like, whatever game they're into for that period of time, tuning into that game. And that they'll do that until their interest moves on. And then they'll, you know, tune into the new game that happens. And then you will have cases where people will, you know, they'll find a content creator they really like, and then that becomes what they tune into, is their preferred content creator. But it's actually one of the reasons why it's kind of difficult to do the variety stream, is you have to convince people to join your channel. You think the Twitch interaction is good? Like Call to the Lamb or RimWorld? Yeah. Oh, there's all sorts of different values that people offer in their channels. Neverspice has concerning health problems. Yeah. Yeah, they do. Because this is basically done. Yeah, you've collapsed from starvation. So, even if I want to get to that derelict, I probably can't even get to the derelict. The people just collapse from starvation. Yeah, so we're having a bunch of deficiencies food-wise now. So you can see, like, I've got 2 people collapsed, and everyone's got pulsing exclamation marks. So yeah, they're dead. This is beyond recovery at this point. But yeah, no, it's like, genuinely, like, it does hit a lot of the same thing that RimWorld does. It's just, it's still early access, like, alpha level. So it is, like, there's balance problems with the game. There's not as many encounters to do. Like, that kind of stuff. I do think it'll get there. It's just, unfortunately, it's still doing that. Restart, try again. I mean, at this point, I'm not going to start a new run tonight, because it takes so long for anything to happen. Hey. Are you going to be our saving grace? I could use some of that. Just make things happen faster. Well, that's kind of the problem with this game, is things do take a very long pace. The Reminder says, I watch first for the streamer, then the game for the game. If I like the streamer, but I'm indifferent about the game, I'll watch anyways. I usually only switch to a different game if it's a game I cannot stand, or if the streamer stops streaming. Yeah. Alpha level, literally Alpha 7. Right. But numbers don't mean anything with that. Like, that comes from me as a software developer of over 15 years. I mean, honestly, even the terms like alpha and beta barely mean anything anymore. But, like, I can balloon my numbers by having, like, each little addition count as a whole big update or whatever. And I'm not saying they're doing that, but it's just the number doesn't necessarily mean anything. Zora says, I usually can't watch the stream because of work, so only peek in now and then, mostly lurk. No? Alpha means nothing to you? Nope, not anymore. The problem is alpha, beta, release can't. Those terms have been watered down, not just in the gaming industry, in the software industry, and there's reasons for it. But, alright, so they didn't complete the trade because they're busy dying. Because the reason it's become a problem is, where's the line between alpha and beta? The way it used to be is alpha means it's still in, like, such an early proof of concept kind of phase that, like, it is just not ready for people to, you know, people outside the group to really mess with beyond, like, user testing kind of thing, and not even, like, a permanent thing. Then you get beta. That's usually when you start rolling it out to people to, you know, trial and error, find the bugs, that kind of thing. A release candidate means you're on feature freeze and all that kind of stuff. And that you're just putting your last bit of polish on, and then release is release. But nowadays you get releases that are so bug-ridden they barely qualify as alpha, and you get some alphas that are basically beyond release. And some of that is unfortunately because of the way Steam handles early access kind of stuff, that there is motivations to keep games in early access well past release. And that has to deal with how you're allowed to change pricing and all that. At least that's how it used to be. I don't know if that's still that case. And for me, it's how much I like the streamer and how much I like the game, balanced against everyone else I'm following who's on right now. Yep. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, for new viewers, though, the game is what draws you in. Then, like, raids and that kind of stuff. But that's networking. That's a whole separate discussion. Alright. They have to keep games in early access for a reason, and it's annoying sometimes. Yeah, well, that's the problem. Is a lot of times it's unfortunately stuff like Steam policy and how you can affect your how you can change your pricing when you're going from early access to release and all that. How easy it is to change your pricing, that kind of stuff. There's lots of different motivations. How reviews are handled can vary depending on that. So it is one of those things that you're not keeping it in early access from anything related to the development state of the game. You're keeping it in early access to, like, because what's effectively policy and bureaucracy. So we did open the trade with them, but right now with everything melting down, we're not actually completing the trade that well. But yeah. And that said, like, Space Haven's a fun game, but it's still rough. At least demos are what they are. I've been very impressed the last year or two that there has been, like, a resurgence of making sure games have demos. And it's not happening, like, in the AAA space or anything, but, like, the number of indie games who are, like, providing demos now has been very encouraging. Because it's always been an annoyance to me that you just couldn't get, like, a demo of any kind. Yeah, so this... Like, really, I should have built a scrubber, but I can't build a scrubber because of that. I mean, honestly, what I should be doing is moving this up here temporarily to deal with this. But you bought a few games for the prologue demo versions. That's another one that annoys me. So the demo versions I'm all down with. The prologue version, where it is the demo version as a completely separate instance in Steam, that annoys me as a content creator, because, like, you know, there'll be a game company that'll be like, hey, we'd like you to review our game, yada yada yada. It's like, oh cool, is it the full game? It's like, yeah, it's a full game, it's a prologue. And they're like, wait, that doesn't mean full game. That means it's the demo. It's cool, you could just say it's a demo, and then usually the prologue is free, which is fine. But, like, it gets brought across as if, you know, you're getting the full game and all that. And then also they kind of do that. No, it is prologue is entirely a demo. There has been this this pressure from publishers for games to make their demos a separate SKU in Steam, hence the prologue name, because you'll get worse reviews during your demo because people can't handle the fact that, like, demos aren't always complete games, and so they get really crappy about it. In a lot of cases, they'll be like, this game has bugs. Yeah, it's the demo. It's an early access demo. It's gonna have bugs. Well, I'm gonna give it a terrible review. And then Steam punishes you for that. So they make it a totally separate thing so it can get all the bad reviews. And then they release the full thing under its own SKUs, so they get just the this is a polished game reviews. Which, to me, that's a Steam problem. Not a thing, but that's the workaround of the Steam problem. So, interestingly enough... Okay, so they finally did get the trade done. We did lose one of our people. I don't know where their weapons went. Yeah, I don't mind, like... I just wish they called it demo. Like, I get the terms are used interchangeably now. I just wish they would make it a demo. And that Steam would, like, review, hey, this is the demo, like, this person played the demo version. They're reviewing the demo version. The demo version gets its own thing that gets its own score, but like the final consideration Steam has for its considerations of prioritizing on the pages and how it's positioned and all that would only be from the release version. It would completely disregard any of the demo reviews. It's just not how it works. So that's a Steam problem, and the prologue thing is its workaround. So I don't blame game devs for doing it. It's just really annoying to me that, like, when I'm looking for the full version of the game, that you see the name, you click on it, but then you realize, like, the name was just long enough that it had prologue at the end, but the box truncated it. And so you click through the store page, and that's, whatever, prologue, and you're like, that's not what I'm looking for. And for a lot of the people who don't understand the prologue aspect of games, because they're either new to PC gaming or they just haven't seen it before, it gets confusing. It's like, well, I got the game. It doesn't seem like it's complete, though. Well, yeah, that's the demo you download. What do you mean? It doesn't say demo. It says prologue. It's like, yep. That's all those things they learn, but it's just needless stuff. Alright. Well, unfortunately, I don't know what happened to the weapons that person had. Because I don't know where they died. Why are you in the medical bed? Your friend died. Yep. But still a down version. Yeah. Like, I understand prologue is supposed to be the version before the version, whatever, and that you can argue that semantically that still works with demo. It doesn't. Oh, there it goes. There's the gun. Because you need a gun. Like, that's not the thing. Like, I don't care about the terminology difference between demo and prologue. That's just whining about words, in my opinion. Like, that's fine. We do have a word that already means... Why can't... Miranda's earlier that's not showing me the gun to give them. See, like, earlier, it would show me the inventory for it, and I could drag and drop the gun in there. And now I'm having problems actually retrieving the gun from this inventory. And it's really kind of annoying. Because this is the place where the alpha part starts sticking through. Where sometimes it works the way you expect, and sometimes it doesn't. Because what's supposed to happen is supposed to choose pick up. And that's supposed to bring up a thing where I can see the UI to grab the weapon. But that just means I can't equip her. Prologue should be streamer early review. Well, I mean, that's just a review key. Like I said, my understanding with the prologue branding, and this is from one of the games that had a prologue that I was kind of like, hey, why do you put the separate SKU in there? Is that they were pressured by their publisher to make sure the demo was in its own version. That way, any negative reviews that got caught because it was a demo would not reflect the final product. Because it's already a thing that what ends up happening is, like, for example, I'm hand gesturing because I'm usually used on camera. What usually ends up happening is when there is a game that I'm getting a review key before it's even available in demo or early access to anyone, that usually you go to the main game and you have to go to, like, local files, and there'll be a thing where I have to type in a special code to give me access to, like, the press/review/influencer key kind of thing. Well, no, actually, I would actually argue the opposite. Well, not necessarily argue the opposite. I would argue it's not important. So Abraham saying, saying, you know a game is bad when both the demo and prologue get bad reviews. So that's the thing. By and large, a lot of demos and such get worse reviews than the final product. Because it's a limited one, so it's not a holistic thing. So it's just one of those things that happens is, generally speaking, demos and all that tend to get worse reviews than the final product, which is what has led to so many publishers being like, no, seriously, you want this to be a separate SKU. That way, if it gets hit with bad reviews, you know, it's not reflected in your final game. Like, it's worth paying, I can't remember, whatever the extra amount. Mostly don't. Yeah, I mean, Steam reviews or something, you grain of salt them. Like, it's not that they're worthless, you just kind of see what the reviews are. Like, for example, if you're looking at a game and you can go into the whole thing and they'll have like a bunch of things written up that, hey, like the last time this game's been updated was a year and a half ago. The devs have been radio silent. They were updating every month, and now we haven't seen anything in a year and a half. This is appearing to be a bad game. That's a useful review. Because you can go, wait a second, let me look, and go, oh no, they're right. Like, this game was being updated like clockwork, and suddenly it's dropped, and it's still very early access. Okay, this game has been abandoned. Because it happens to a whole lot of early access games, is they run out of budget, they run out of interest, people burn out, whatever the reason, and the game never gets farther along, kind of thing. Yeah, not everyone watches YouTube videos. Some people will just pull up Steam and just start looking at stuff and being like, does this game look good? You know, just kind of watch the trailers. Because, like, Steam has an entire discoverability section to it. I forget what they call it. It's got a special name. But it's a thing that goes, I've found a lot of decent games using that tool. I found a lot of garbage games using that tool, too, where it's like, oh, this game is really bad. It's just designed to look like this other game and potentially make you mistake it for that other game. Discovery queue. So, I don't know what to do right now, because I can't get high here to pick up this gun, because the UI is bugged. Like, I just can't get the gun. I'm supposed to get the gun. What's supposed to happen is I click on this, new UI pops up, and I can move inventory across. And you can't, like, right-click here. If I click on them, that goes away. If I click on that, it goes away, so I can't have both select. Does it work with the other storage? Well, the gun's not in the other storage. I don't think it will, because I think it only shows equipment. So these other ones don't have the equipment in it. Can another queue try to say to loading? We can try out the other crew. I mean, does the UI pop up for the other storage? Yeah, it didn't pop up for any of the other any of the other ones. We can try a reload. Yeah, so it's not popping up for them either. So I can choose save game, overwrite, load game. But yeah, so this is precisely why this game isn't doing as well as RimWorld. Is just, it's still got a lot of bugs. Yeah, so that's what's supposed to happen. So it's still got lots of little bugs. Come on, don't do this. There you go. It's still got little bugs and little UI confusions and some balance problems and not enough types of interactions. So you got a whole bunch of just kind of individual problems that wouldn't be so bad by themselves, but collectively it's kind of a problem. It's a great game, and I think it's going to be fantastic as they continue to develop it, and it's been going in a wonderful direction and all that. Like one of the other ones you run into is if I try and dock at any of these areas that are open, it makes 3 tiles just appear into existence, and you can never get rid of them. Or at least not that I've found. There's like all these like little things like that. Then again, individually, they're not that big a deal. It's just a whole lot of things that... Yeah, no, I know that's normal. I'm saying it also looks terrible. Dock where? If you dock where the holes are, it'll create little platforms for your character to stand on. It's just facilitating making it work. But it's just all sorts of like little things like that that need more polish kind of stuff. And again, where the, oh, that is going to be our death. Weirdly, they didn't hurt me that time. Usually when they explode, I take damage. Yeah, no, it's just how it works. It's just how it works for the now. But that's kind of my argument is, while that is how it works now, it is a thing that, oh, that's fine. It's a thing that, like, they need more enemy variety, which is some of the things they brought in this update, is they gave more enemy variety. They need more content variety so far as the engagements you run into, which again, they do have some, but it seems like it's like how playing Randy can be sometimes in RimWorld, where sometimes it's kind of like feast or famine for content, where sometimes Randy just throws everything at you unrelentingly, and other times Randy goes completely comatose for a year and a half. But, like, for playing this on your own, it's not bad. Okay. So we've got that. Salvage. Collect all the bits. Well, it's not Randy regular. Yeah, so this is one of the things I think is one of the reasons why this doesn't do well on Twitch, is this phase, where you definitely want to collect your pieces from your derelicts and all that, because that's what ends up being the thing you use to build your ships the most. It's where you get a lot of your just raw resources more than anywhere else. But it is those things you just kind of do this, where you hit, like, take this apart, maximum fast forward, and you wait. And it still takes quite a while to happen. Which is fine, but it's real bad for Twitch. Okay, so the smoke is all picked up, so let's drop this back down here. Logic's overwhelmed. The crew is swamped with logistics tests. Never mind. Like, off stream, I could see playing this for long times, but even other creators I've seen pop into the game who, again, they enjoy it, but it's one of those things they're like, I can't keep playing this. Because, like I said, what will more likely happen is if I were to start this on game tomorrow, you're probably looking at, like, 50 viewers by the time it's over. The next one will probably be, like, 30 viewers, and I'll be just the handful that will show up no matter what I do. That's not literally true, not whatever I do. But outside of extreme things. I'm out of plates because I don't have an item thing. Yeah, we got ourselves pretty screwed by not having the priority set on this earlier correctly. If we would have had the priority set on that correctly earlier, we would not be suffering nearly as much of the infra blocks problem. Which is partly responsible for our food problems. Partly. Yeah, it's basically, it's just way slower than RimWorld is ultimately what it boils down to. And like RimWorld at times gets slow enough that it can be hard to stream depending on your settings. Like when Randy goes on nap time, you have to work pretty hard to carry the stream. That's one reason why a lot of people who stream, they've been switching up to Cassandra, because at least she's consistent. Even though, like, off stream, I prefer Randy. But it's a thing I've noticed from my own playthroughs on stream, is everyone's like, no, you should play Randy, you should play Randy. It's like, okay, cool, I'll play Randy. And then when you play Randy, and he decides he's taking nap time, where I go through a whole stream with only, like, 2 raids. Hey, we actually are gonna get attacked. What do you know? All right, well, let's get our people in order. All right, we can go here and let's quickly go to this, edit, set prisoner area. Oh, right, you need a bathroom as well. You play Randy with Twitch integration. We'll make sure everything happens. What is Cassandra? In RimWorld, you have your different storytellers. So Randy Random does literally random. He doesn't take any consideration of how well you're doing or not doing as far as if he's going to attack or not. He will back off if he does a little bit of damage and how hard he hits you and stuff like that. Could, like, any of you stop sucking at shooting? Wow, you are doing, like, no damage to him. Alright. So I managed to defend it. What I'm trying to remember is how I take them prisoner. You won this one, but we'll get you someday. Take the Crispy. A pity we couldn't reach a deal today. This has gone on long enough. Bye. But yeah, so Randy just kind of, he'll kick off anytime he feels like, where are you going? Where do you think you're going? I will murder you. Where are you going? That's where the prisoners go down there, buddy. Guess you're going to medical? Okay. I didn't realize they would do that, but sure. Let's give our people a chance to recover. That's really weird to me that we just let them walk around freely to go to medical and all that. I guess in the meantime, I don't know if they sent everyone or not, but we're gonna find out. I believe you can enslave prisoners, or you can recruit them, that kind of thing. You do have your choice. Meanwhile, they're prisoners. Uh, crew combat. Okay. That's the reason I was like, why can't I just secure them in the room? That's what I would have done, is just secured them and locked the room. Are they on board yet? Get on board your ship. Isn't this in our boarding party? No, it's the same one. They were walking around in the hallways. And then just came back out kind of thing. No, actually there's one more person. That is one more person. So it's the same boarding party for those. Okay. Gonna go and finish the job here. Okay. Alright, well that's an interesting thing. So, they don't have hydroponics or any of that stuff here. I know that ship is better than mine in a lot of ways, but I'd rather just not deal with it. But they brought me a lot of food and everything. Why are you not moving? Fine. Get in this shuttle. I don't care what shuttle you get in. Yeah, no, that's just, I don't believe that's, well, yeah, I don't believe that's a thing you can do. At least not that I'm aware of. Apparently you're down, despite being at near full health. No, but it's not, but it look cool. Yeah. Okay. Can't connect the structure blocks? No, it's not like I can, like, drift the ship over. It's there, I'm here. I'm trapped in this grid, it's trapped in that grid. Like, it's not like Space Engineers where you can just drift up next to it, build something in their ship, build something in my ship, shove them together, and then they're one ship. They're two independent entities. You can take both ships, though. Alright, so we need to get everyone healed up in medical and do that. I went ahead and executed all but one of them so that it shouldn't be as much of a problem in the future. Because that was the only reason they managed to get any progress in fighting me anyways, was because it was two... I think they had two other people on their ship that when they lost, they, they basically started coming after me kind of thing. Yeah. So are all my people still armed? It's hard to tell. So you have your gun. Yes, everyone is still fully armed. Okay. Yeah, so we've got all those set to be taken apart. And that's just shimmying back and forth. Like, it's not... It's like going back and forth to here and here with no one getting on. So that's something else that's bugged out. Does that mean a prisoner's still armed as well? I don't believe so. I can't actually check their... circumstances. Yeah, so repairing all things that got shot up. Another incoming ship. That's not ideal. Prisoner's complaints has no path to a kitchen. Oh, right. I ran to this last time. So it's not like I can use this kitchen to feed the prisoners. The prisoners in this game have to have their own dedicated kitchen and everything. Well, Ian, you get to die. I forgot about that entirely. Like if you look at their ship and the way it's designed, they've got their prisoner room, they've got like their little kitchen, their toilet. Like that whole area is dedicated to be their prison. Versus like this wasn't intended on being a prison to begin with. So what you need to do is dismantle that. We'll see if I can't get some food in here and go from there. Kitchen next to the prisoner. Yeah, the idea is they're supposed to have like a fully enclosed suite with everything they need so that they have no reason to go anywhere else on your ship. But one of the annoying things is just the fact that, okay, sure, they should need that. But, I should be able to, like, go and grab a meal and bring it to them. It just costs my people more time. Running on the... Cool, we gave him hell blocks, which I really couldn't spare. I mean, I guess we could. Yeah, so Ian here is going to starve to death, is what's going to happen. I'm trying to fix it, but right now with a whole bunch of our stuff, why is the airlock blocked? Oh, I have too much junk here, and not enough people running logistics. That's fair. Yep, that is the plan. Unfortunately, right now, with all the stuff my people are dealing with, it's not getting done. Like, even just disassembling that chair. There, you've got a toilet now. So now you need to get that. So I can make you your little paste dispenser. Can I make you a higher priority? There's not a whole lot of construction to do. Should have shut the ship down before I started breaching the hull. I really wish you'd take that apart. That'd be cool. Who's our construction person? Who does that? Construction. Everyone is equally not into it. So, Luxray, you're going to do it. So, assign Luxray. Do it now. Alright, and we're going to go here. Objects. Food. Algae dispenser. Turn around. You don't have the supplies you need to build that. It's weird that they make me find them in the map, and I can't choose their names from up top like I did before. Yeah, so sadly I can't, like, claim their oxygen. I can take the ice they're using, or sorry, the water, I believe, they're using to make oxygen. Oh, I was expecting that to give me what I wanted. Well, look. Like, we're getting all sorts of good supplies out of their ship, but I don't have a place to put that many supplies. Making our storage over here. That requires 5 things I don't have. Okay. Let's focus on just doing the thing where he doesn't die. Okay. Just grab the next thing. Make sure we actually get that producing stuff. Yeah, so problem is I just don't have enough storage now. And so we're kind of just stuck waiting until I get that stuff produced. I can't break down the ships. I have just so much scrap piled up, not getting turned into blocks. Like, seriously, make that your priority too. You're like higher priority than almost everything in this entire ship. Yet I almost never see you working. Why did you break suddenly? Can you cancel research for other things to focus on? Yeah, it's probably the right move. Stop. Alright. Okay. Chance to rebel, 10%. Chance to convert, not very high. Just... Oh, we're running low on energy again. I thought I had... Yeah, so I have these rods to use in place of the other ones. So I actually do have... Yeah, I actually have like a bunch of power, it's just I'm low on the energy. This game may have changed last year's. Yes, it did. The change had an update in about a month ago, I believe. that they had a bunch of new enemies and a bunch of other stuff. That said, it's still very early access. But they did have a pretty significant update about a month ago. Alright. Still a lot of stuff there and a lot of stuff here. The other thing I really need to do is get another hyperdrive online as well, but I just don't have what I need for that. Yeah, so it looks like they go over and they start tearing the ships apart for a while. Everything gets backed up, so then they go and they switch back to staying on the ship and doing a bunch of the processing and materials there. And it just ping-pongs back and forth. Now, try and build more storage, but it takes like 5 infra blocks, which has just been the bottleneck, which until this is done. Output of the file create is full. Increase the priority of logistics. Okay. I mean, everyone's got logistics as a decent high priority. They all have some things that are higher, but I think it's fine. It'll get there. Yeah, so it's the wolf again. Yeah. Yeah, we traded the wolf to make room in our ship. That's actually not a bad idea. You have a mission? You don't. So new trade. What do we have? Are those spares? Those are spare guns. So let's get rid of the spare guns except for one. So we have one for if we manage to recruit. Let's get rid of the human meat that we acquired from somewhere. I don't really have other blocks. Actually, I have a lot of soft blocks. So it won't take more than that at one go. I can get an SMG from them, and that is extremely tempting. Do not get me wrong. But unfortunately, I'm going to take the SMG. I'll take a couple units of meat and an SMG. It didn't do much to free up some inventory space, but it was not nothing. Because I forgot, you can only do 10 crates at a time. Alright, let's see if it lets you pick up the gun. Nope, I'm assuming it'll require me to restart again to do it. It's true. Alright. If we keep on running this machine, that'll get us kind of the most out of this. I'm gonna have to get more point defenses. I don't have the materials for it, but like the meteors constantly bombarding you is definitely worse than it used to be. In the block building, don't you have to set all blocks off different? Let's you don't set to all kind of different blocks. Yeah, so I have it. What's supposed to do is for the first ones, it does each one. It's supposed to do up to 10, but it's reorganizing them. Like this used to be at the bottom, and then I moved it to the top. So it's whatever's going on this priorities, it rearranges for some reason. I don't know why, but that's what's happening. So like what I wanted to do is do 10 of each, and then try and do as many as possible if you get through the 10 each, and there's still more. See, and like just move the infinite up there, and the infinite up there, and the infinite up there, and the infinite up there. That's fine. So like that's another thing that shouldn't work that way. Like start at the top, work your way down. If you can't do this one, you do the next one. Can't do that one, you do the next one. See, but it rearranges as it's doing it, which I don't like. I want to be able to prioritize things. Yeah, no, I get that that's not how it works, but that's the annoying thing, is I wish there was a priority to this. Because I don't have to micro this where it's like, okay, I've got my 10th thing, let's take that off and put the next one on, that kind of thing. I don't want to have to do that. That's just, to me, that's needless micro. Yep, exactly, Alpin. Because right now it said, if I go under 10, make it. Like, make whatever it is. But where I'm constantly dealing with that, unless they allowed me to sit there and say, hey, prioritize whichever one you have the lowest of to just cycle through them. But again, it doesn't have that kind of a system to it. Like this system to me is annoying because you don't know what it's going to do half the time. Like, I get the idea, it's going to use whatever it can find the resources for quickly, but like, it can jump in anywhere in this order and do it, and you have no idea, like, what it's going to do. It just depends on what resources hit it first. I'd rather have more control over it without having to micro. Which, don't get me wrong, there'll be mods for that kind of thing. Yeah, so they've got that thing part. Both of these at this point have been fully salvaged, but we haven't moved the stuff over yet. If I can get this to 5, I can make another large storage, and that'll go a long way to making this get sorted out. Or if I can get them to actually run the stupid machine. Which, the problem with why it's not running is, like, okay, you, on the comm panel. Go here. Do not auto the comm panel. Turn those things all off. When I got other stuff to do, I don't want you sitting at a comm panel where there's no one else here. Because they have like this thing that's supposed to auto be smart and put people in the priorities as needed. When there's no one else in system, you do not need to be on the comm panel. I'm gonna just go ahead and put that out there. That isn't where you're needed at that moment. Alright, comment recruiter on prisoner? I don't know what you're trying to say. We are currently actively trying to recruit the prisoner, but his arrangement isn't going to make him like that. You don't have it set to yellow, do you? So no, it was I had it set to automatic, this checkbox. And when it's set to automatic, it's supposed to adjust it to itself. So I turned it back off automatic and manually set them all down to blue. It's supposed to be automatic, where it's supposed to be like, oh, you're going to need a comms panel. Here, I'll go get someone to work on the comms panel. It just doesn't work well. Alright, I really didn't want to use the little one. But I think we're locked up that these are all full, so I can't empty that. Which is kind of, like, completely choked up the whole system. Well, I had to put a big one over here. Yeah, but this is just early access roughness. It is an alpha. You expect demons in an alpha. But that's where there's been a bunch of people like, oh, this looks pretty good. Should I wait till later? I'm like, yes, you should wait till later. If you're looking for a complete game, you should wait till later. It's a great game as far as the idea and concept, but it's got a lot of rough edges still. I do think this will be a game that, as long as I keep developing it, I do think this will be really good. Am I enjoying it? Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I don't think it's a game I can realistically stream any real length of time on the platform. Like, I couldn't spend a week streaming this. It'd absolutely kill the channel. And it's just because, again, the content's a little shallow in this current version. And it does have lots of rough edges and all that kind of stuff. Like the fact that right now, there is a gun in one of these. Yeah, there's a gun there that I want... Is it you I want you to pick it up? Yeah, I want you to pick it up, so this is how you pick it up. Where are you? Where are you right now? Oh, you're in the other ship. Okay. So now, try to pick it up. Okay, now of course it works. Basically what happens, a lot of times you gotta have them go to get the equipment, and it just doesn't work, and so you have to, like, reload the game. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of games that does happen, where you just have to reload to get around problems. But, it gets to be a bit much. Okay, we got a whole bunch of food being brought over. And then we can get out of the system. You can set their loadout and they'll auto pick up stuff? Okay. Where on earth would that happen? Ah, I see. This iconography means nothing to me. And again, that's just early access kind of stuff. Yeah, and that's going back to alpha early access stuff, that outside of just clicking around or seeing someone make a video to show you where that is, you don't have, like, an intuitive way to find this. Like, it's just clicking on random symbols and finding it. I wouldn't even realize it's there. Like, even though it's a plain icon there, because I click on this screen, I haven't had a reason to go there. It'd be sooner or later I'd just know, I'd be like, oh, okay, and then forget about it again. Alright, and we finally got to this point where we can go to... I can't, because if I... Well, actually, everything's full again, so let's go ahead and do this. I was say let's make the ore thing, but I'm like, oh wait, I also need the air scrubber and I need the temperature thing and all that. It's like, never mind. All right. I also need another hyperdrive. We're gonna take damage when we jump because I'm way overburdened. So I don't have nearly enough power for the hyperdrive. How are you doing, by the way? Okay, so you reached Botany 5. So let's go ahead and grow here. Stop those. And there's nuts. So we have fruit, veg, and nuts. So we should be good there. Did you get everything from over here? Nope, you are still collecting a bunch of useful stuff. Yeah, this is the problem with streaming is, like, as you can see, we've been here just disassembling these ships, moving stuff on for probably a good half hour, 45 minutes or so, if not longer. With, like, not a whole lot of action after. Like, we had the fight, and the fight was pretty good. Especially the back and forth where I didn't realize there's 2 other crew members, like, who had taken a shuttle back over here. I was going to go over there and try and pick on whoever's still on their ship, not realizing they already came across. So like that part's fine, but it's just like literally sitting here just waiting for stuff to go. Double click on that pile to get them to move the pile faster. That just put me on this display. Where would I want to move the item? It's already on my ship. They're unclogging the dock because I've been overwhelmed. Okay. I mean, the stockpile's already been picked up. Let's tell you now. Like, what would it... Oh, here. There's this thing here, so we can go... Well, now it didn't... So last time it was taking me all the way out. So move item. Okay, well, that didn't do anything. The move item. Okay. I mean, I think it's like literally I just don't have enough people running logistics. That's already the thing they were trying to do. Okay, so they've got all of that done. So as soon as there should be nothing left for you. Oh, you're picking people up. Alright, so there should be nothing left on either of the ships now. So you can go here, do this. It's been somewhere in the area of 10,000 years. Let's prepare. Alright. No, it's a cool game. I like... People were mentioning later about they're going to be adding a space station mode, so it's more like RimWorld, where instead of jumping between systems and doing that kind of stuff, you would stay in a system, And I'm wondering how you'd have like renewable sources or whatever. I'm sure they'll have some solution for that. But that sounds pretty neat, that whole side of things. There's nothing in this system we care about. Nothing really there. Isn't the space station mode already implemented? But they're talking about a space station mode where you literally just stay in one system. Stop. I want you to zoom like halfway, man. I mean, if it's already implemented, I hadn't heard that. I'd heard it was something coming, but at the same time, I'm no expert in this game. Alright. You can build stations further on backup power. I thought I had the energy rod things, that those are supposed to also work. Okay. So that system seems very busy. So let's drop in here. Yeah, I thought it said these would also, this can be used as a basic Energium power generator. Energium power generator. I don't see how to make it do. You can upgrade power 1? Ah. Because that is not communicated well. Oh, cannot be used. Okay, never mind. I see. I misread that. That's on me. So trade, new trade. Yeah, no, I misread it. That'll do for now. Alright, so chance to rebel is going mostly been down. And the chance to convert is going up. You can sell prisoners? That's fine. I actually have a bunch of money. Try the hell function. I mean, I want more people more than the other stuff. Because, like, food we're doing good. Guess not this faction? Probably not. This is like the local law enforcement, military, whatever you want to say. The people who see themselves as authority. Alright, so let's try and fix another thing we've got going on. It's a problem. Let's go down here. And expand our hull to add another hyperdrive to reduce those problems. Let's see, I'm actually forms a continually protecting shield that uses power to recharge. The ship generally controlled the console. Yep. Yeah, so I should be able to build that. Oh. You can be no longer paused. But still actually wasn't enough to fully cover the capacity we wanted. Oh no, there it goes. Alright, but it has increased the cost of jumping. Alright, well, let's get on to our next system then. So, like, the thing that is really enjoyable, it is enjoyable to, like, watch the ships slowly come together. It is enjoyable to, like, break down the other ships. I haven't been particularly impressed by the missions. A lot of them, it seems... It says something like that, where there's, like, literally nothing in it. There we go. There's something here. Okay. So I'm assuming... New mission available. Alright, what do we have for our new mission? That is my headset beeping saying the batteries are gonna die. That's annoying. Deliver cargo. So you want to take cargo from this system to another system. Need that refinery? Yep. That's the thing, is I need to get the infra blocks. I'm trying to see how much infra scrap we've got. We do have a decent amount, 35. I don't really have a good feel for how much infra scrap. Can you trade for it? Maybe. New trade. It's 2, isn't it? Yeah, so actually I'll need 3 because I also need the temperature regulator. We'll go ahead and give the extra gun for now. I just hope we find another one later. Explosive ammunition. Go ahead and take that for now as well. I think that'll do. Because then we can go resources or processor. I will need thing for handling the heat and a gas scrubber. All right. Yeah, so it does sound like my headset's gonna lose battery here in just a little bit. Yeah, no, I enjoy the game, but like I said, it does it does need more, like, for streaming, it does need more stuff happen. Might need a few more block. Yeah, I'll probably end up needing more because I got enough that I could build this and I can build that. Oh, I didn't realize you also require one. I mean, as long as this thing runs, we should get the last one we need. We're only half a block away from it. Okay. So I'm gonna go to that console. There you go. Hey there, fellow space. We're running low on some resources. Would you be willing to help? Sure. You can have some carbon. Alright. Oh, here. I can plug this in. You can't see it, but I can plug this in one moment. Alright. Yeah, so the percentage chance of recruiting him is slowly climbing. Okay, so you need a high power block. Of course you do. And with that, we can add everything on here. Give us other materials to work with. And then once we get some more infra blocks, I can start making the item printer thing as well. So, new mission available. Alright. So, deliver cargo. It's basically the exact same mission again. We might accept one of these when we go to leave and take it on to the next system, that kind of thing. Yeah, but a game like this is really good for when I'm editing videos, that kind of thing. Where I can say, okay, start disassembling a station or whatever, and then just go edit videos for 30 minutes, and then, you know, give them the next order. Okay. Oh, is one of those just not enough? We'll see how it goes. Alright, it's already having a problem. Okay, so let's disable this so that it doesn't continue to overheat the room and damage itself. Go life support. Build a second one. Okay, so they do have an infra block in there. It just needs to be taken out. We already have the block, it just has to be removed from the machine. There it goes. Alright, it's back online. Alright. Ian, buddy, I'm gonna need you to join, alright? Alright, and that is our cue to move on to the next. Well, actually. Right, that's right. I need a special docking port just to do it, and we didn't have it the last time. Because Romera's like, oh, we'll just do this real fast to give that mission a try. But I actually have to build a special docking port, which requires infra blocks, to get the cargo to pick it up and drop it off. Which is fine. I'm just starving on infra blocks. But now I can actually turn a bunch of these materials to other materials that I can potentially trade and sell. That should help. We can also go like this, like that to get a bunch of ore. That mission often comes back if you miss it. You just wait and come back. Yeah. No, I noticed that because we had missed the first window and it just immediately offered the same mission all over again. We're getting low on the energy again. Incoming solar flare. Okay. I don't like that. So I assume that's going to start some fires? Do you have shields? I have the tech. I haven't got them built. And I think... Gonna need a shield console, which I don't have enough tech stuff. And then I have to have the shields as well. So I don't have the materials I need to build them. You know what solar flares didn't really? Yeah, they cause problem for electronics. Static them out, that kind of stuff. No, I'm sure it's bad for our ship. It told us it's going to short circuit stuff, which means probably fires. Right, here's the solar flare. Like, is there a fire extinguisher or something, or do we just accept that fire is happening? We just openly accept fire on top in the ship? You just let it burn? Yep, well... Alright, one thing we do in the short term is life support. Put a gas scrubber up there. Did our prisoner die? I don't see him. Oh no. We ran to the other side of the ship. Okay, that's fair. Alright, I will manually tell you to do your job again. It's fine. Where are you, Luxray? Okay. There you go. Well, now you can see how long it takes the scrubbers to completely empty the entire ship of smoke. Prisoner complains. I bet there's a complaint. Maybe game wipe? Probably game wipe. Routine inspection. Welcome them aboard our smoke-filled ship. Sure. This is fair. Okay. It's not perfect, but that's lava. The downside is because everything is broken, the temperature's all in bad place, everything's in bad place, that they have to repair all the systems in the entire ship. Which it doesn't really look like they are. Why are you not getting oxygen? Why are you not getting oxygen from this? Oh, the oxygen shut off. Yeah, so venting the air just killed us. To be fair, I think it just sped up the process. Because both the oxygen makers broke because the temperature's bad, and the temperature systems need repair. So I think opening the opening stuff did kill us. Oh, it wasn't a spiral. We vented the oxygen to get the smoke out, not realizing that our oxygen generators are down. Where's Luxray? Can you save us, Luxray? I don't think so. Oh, did you seriously collapse at, like, the last possible second? Where's our last person? We have one more person here. Oh, the one person who's not dying is probably in the mining ship flying around. Oh, there's a bunch of holes in the hull from a meteor. And everyone is dead. Except Keanu Chick, who's going to try desperately now, by themselves, to patch all the holes in the hull before they suffocate. I don't think it's going to work out. Apparently they failed at patching the hole in the hull and started a fire. Luckily there was no oxygen, so the fire went right back out. Recovered by one crew. Yeah, so I actually don't usually do that. Like, I've done that in RimWorld with the Man in Black event. I don't do it nowadays. Like, it's fine, it's whatever. CK Hawk, links are still disabled. They've been disabled forever, man. And almost every single Twitch channel disables them. It's very rare they don't. Like, you'll see that you posted it, but everyone else will just see 3 asterisks or 3 dots or whatever. I'm assuming it's a clip of me venting the app. Well, I mean, it doesn't say there's any clips. I mean, don't get me wrong. Venting the atmosphere, like venting the atmosphere to get rid of smoke, is a viable strategy in a lot of games. So clips are broken? No, it's just the clip is probably delayed. Yeah, there it goes. The clip was just delayed. Sorry, what's disabled? Posting links in chat. If you try and post links, it'll look good to you, but to everyone else, they'll just see 3 dots. So no one else can see it. And that's just something you end up having to do because people will post links to all sorts of nonsense. Oh, you didn't even... Why did you collapse? What is your health condition? Oh. You're starving, but there's plenty of food. Oh, you're starving because you can't get the food out of the machine. Yet you decide now is the time to research. The whole ship is broken, but now is the time to research. Because apparently the research bay, you fixed that first. You went, okay, I'm going to do that instead. Yeah, most have subs allowed or whisper mod. Yeah, so it's usually... Like, here you'd be able to whisper a mod, is the way you'd work around it. Because it has been a thing. I haven't had it myself, but it has been a thing where what someone will do is they can sub and then post some, like, awful crap. And then they'll go and talk, you know, basically go to the credit card and say, I didn't authorize that. Can you keep doors locked and use them as airlock? So this is an airlock over here. This door. Other doors are not air sealed. So, like, that door is air sealed. They'll have to put on their suits going between them. But doors like this... Actually, I take that back. You could vent it. You could open and close the vent. Yeah, so I could have sat there and opened the vent. I mean, it's still, ultimately, I wanted to vent the entire ship was full of smoke. But yeah, I could have disabled the vents. Just normally want the vents open, that way the air from these machines can get everywhere. Might want to change his message. No, you can clip. Clipping is fine. I still want people clipping stuff. It's posting clips in chat doesn't work because links are disabled. Clips work. Your clip did go through, it was just the UI on my end was delayed quite a bit that you had posted the link, and I was like, but I don't see a clip has been made. And that showed up like 30 seconds, a minute later. That's just Twitch being slow on that end. So, well, no, it clips, and you can see the clip, and anyone looking at the Twitch page can see the clip, and I can go through after the fact and see the clips. It's actually one of the annoying things is if... One of the annoying things that happens is people will bump the clip button when they didn't mean to, and they'll close it out, and that's fine. But the way Twitch works is if you do that, it still saves the clip. And then, you know, I have this clip of nothing. Because it'll be something like, just dead silence or just middle of conversation that lacks any context or has anything interesting specifically because you're missing the context before and after. Nah, but anytime someone tries to make a clip whatsoever on the channel, I can see it. That's the reason why when I do my away screen, that sometimes we get some like really just kind of nothing clips. I do try and go back and clean them up, but you know, if I miss it for like if I'm away for a week and someone clips something while I'm away and I don't notice it, it just stays there. And Keanu Chick's about to die. Gonna die to that starvation. Oh, good. Another fire. And Keanu Chick's just gonna stare at it angrily. How are you not dead? You've been on, like, no life forever. Like, you're at starvation 15. How are you not dead? There you go. All crew members are dead.